Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. My name is Fernando Fabre. I'm the CEO of the Carbon Fellows. Thank you for joining us. We're going to do a 45-minute session talking about 0 to 4, referring to venture capital fund managers and how they go from starting a fund, so the fund 0, the fund 1, the fund 2, the fund 3, which typically is what you're called an emerging manager. And the moment you cross to a fourth fund, you graduate to an established manager. So how you go from emerging to established is the topic of today's presentation, our panel. However, I wanted to share first some of the findings that my team and I have been working on for over a year. And we're pleased to present this for the first time here at FII. So you'll be the first humans to see this. Now, the report is not fully finalized. We should have it in about 2 or 3 more weeks, but hopefully you'll have some feedback from what you hear. All right, so first, for those of you that don't know about the Carbon Fellowship, so we're a postgraduate education institution based out in the US. We've been around for 30 years. Our mission is to educate sort of a learning community, a network of the best venture capitalists defining the future of the industry. In 30 years, we have graduated 1,000 fellows, 60% of them from the US, 40% from the rest of the world, primarily Europe, Southeast Asia, MENA, Latin America, and Africa. The 1,000 fellows in our network represent over 680 venture capital firms. We did a research last year on unicorns, the number of unicorns that our fellows have invested in, and globally over the last 15 years, 1 out of 5 unicorns on the planet have a Carbon Fellow on their cap table. For the remainder of the presentation, I like to start always asking, why do we care about venture capital in the first place? And we think it's probably one of the most relevant industries in the world. This is data from a couple of professors at Stanford. They did the first version of this paper was published in 2012, and then they updated the data in 2021. They look at publicly traded companies in the United States, and of those, which companies were venture-backed, sort of to try to measure the impact that the venture capital industry has. The first thing I'll say is that the publicly traded companies in the United States generate about 65% of the US GDP. So that's how big this group of companies are. And if you look at the columns all the way to your right on the screen, the post-ERISA columns, ERISA is a Congress act that allowed the pension fund systems in the United States to invest in venture capital back in 1974. That's the moment that the majority of people agree was the official birth of the current state of the venture capital industry when pension funds were allowed to invest in there. If you look at what happened since, 50% of all publicly traded companies have been venture-backed, and they represent over 70% of the enterprise value. So you have companies like NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Amazon, et cetera, all of them venture-backed. But the number that I find more impressive here is that if you look at research and development, which the R&D bucket of the publicly traded companies in the US is pretty much most of the research being done in that country, period. 90% of the R&D is done by companies that were venture-backed. I don't think you can have an innovative economy. I don't think you can grow GDP if you don't have a solid venture capital industry. And I do think that the #1 competitive edge of the United States is the venture capital industry that they have been able to create for the last 50 years. Even though it's one of the most important industries, there's still a lot of the industry that we don't know, part because it's a relatively new industry. So what we do know is how venture capital people make investment decisions. You've read about it, sourcing, picking, winning, or the right to win an investment. There's plenty of podcasts talking about that. We also know how entrepreneurs reach scale. From go-to-market to product market fit, there's thousands of books and university coursework on how entrepreneurs work. We know how entrepreneurs or what they need to do to raise venture capital. If you launch a SaaS company, you have to reach certain ARR, certain churn, net retention metrics, and if you do that, you're going to be able to raise a Series A, a Series B, etc. What we don't know is how the managers of a venture capital firm scale their company. That hasn't been studied in depth. It's very hard for you to find content or documents about the business of venture capital. So that's what we set out to do here. So the one thing we know is that very few people that start a venture capital firm graduate to established, get to a fund 4. But those that do, that define as successfully closing a fourth fund, share some traits. Now, one thing is obvious, or should be obvious, is that if your fund 1, 2, or 3 don't generate good returns, most likely you're not going to be able to raise a fourth fund. So being a good investor is a necessary condition to reach a successful firm, but it's not sufficient. We've seen plenty of venture capital firms that are successful on the return side, but they implode because they have poor partnership dynamics or the wrong structure. So the traits that we found after interviewing 60 of our Kaufman fellows that have completed a Fund 4 up to today, and after these interviews, we see 2 traits that these fund managers share. The first one is that they built deliberately from day one a culture of trust within the organization, and the second one is that, and I think this is the most controversial one that not everyone agrees with, I think the general partners of a venture capital firm are entrepreneurs. The market doesn't seem to recognize VCs as entrepreneurs, but I have no question that they are, and I'll show you why. So the first concept of trust, it's so important because if you think of this industry of venture, if you aim for consensus, meaning peace, meaning let's just invest in where everybody else is investing at, you're going to have a very peaceful life, but you're going to be a very bad investor. To make money in this industry, you have to be contrarian. And being contrarian means that you want to fight and die on the hill. And that means that you're going to be having friction with your partners. Friction is a feature of venture capital. It's a built-in. If you don't have friction in your firm, you're not doing your job properly. If you're not fighting all the time with your partners, you're not doing your job properly. So how do you set up a culture of trust so that when I bring this very exciting investment opportunity to my investment committee, my partners, and one of them tells me, this is stupid, I don't take it so personally that I decide I never want to do business with you again. Staffan Helgesson, who's the founder of Corandum, calls venture capital a street fight industry. Says it's a street fight not just because you're fighting as other venture capital firms trying to eat your lunch, but you're also fighting your partners because of a resource constraint that you only have so much money to invest in. And then another one of our fellows, Ravi Mohan, who was a GP at Battery and then co-founder of Shasta Ventures, he has this way of thinking of venture capital as it's a very long game industry of 30 years. Says the first 10 years in venture, if you're a professional inventor, your first 10 years, I call that survival, he says. Just stay in the game. The next 10 years is about success, harvesting the success of your investments of the previous 10 years, and then the last 10 years is about your legacy, how your firm becomes an established franchise. So if you join venture, you got to be ready to do this for 30 years with the same partners. If you don't get along with those partners, if you don't trust them, you're not going to get that far. So some of the things that we found at the survey, for example, Emergence Capital, before they launched in 2002, the 3 founding members worked for a full year together without a firm, just to make sure that they got along properly. The folks at Creandum, from day one, they created what they call naked in, naked out, meaning that any new partner into the firm buys the nominal value of the shares of the firm. And the moment you exit the firm, you sell at the nominal value, which then means that the economics of the firm are built so new partners can and want to stay within that partnership. I'll skip to the next part of venture capitals as entrepreneurs, because again, I think this is sort of the most controversial. The thing to understand about VCs as entrepreneurs is that I think the reason why we don't think they are is because we lack an understanding of the time and speed of venture capital versus startups. So if you're an entrepreneur of a startup, the feedback happens immediately. Are customers buying your product, yes or no? Do they like the product, yes or no? And if not, you can change that the next day in 24 hours. If you're in venture capital, your timing feedback is completely different. You can spend 10 years in venture investing without knowing if you're a good investor or a bad investor, because it's going to take a very long time for those companies to become successful. So the feedback loop takes forever. And then the speed of change is also different in that, again, entrepreneurs can change the product or the go-to-market strategy or fire this person and bring in a new CTO tomorrow. If you're in venture, you set up fund one and you have a mandate regulated by the LPA to invest in this particular thesis. If you were wrong, you have to wait until your next fund to change course. So timing and speed is different in venture, but everything else is pretty much the same in that VCs do find big unserved opportunities. They build a product, they build a team, they raise funds, they execute, and then they adjust their assumptions. We charted this out, and with this I'll finish. Out of the 60 firms that we interviewed, we asked them, when you started your firm, what was the big unserved market opportunity that you found out? And half of them said, we were innovating by being the first firm in a specific geography. One of the first venture capital firms in GCC, one of the first venture capital firms in Indonesia, one of the first venture capital firms in the Nordics. And then about 1 in 5 firms, their innovation was, we identify a specific industry sector that other venture capital firms were not specialized enough. So the first SaaS-focused venture capital firm, or one of the first mobile internet venture capital firms. And then the last type of innovation, nearly 40% of the firms in the sample said, we're going to create an entirely new venture model. So for example, data analytic investing is now more common, but back then, one firm started it all. The accelerator type venture capital firm, 500 startups have been fellows for a long time. Or a fellow that invented 15 years ago a structured liquidity venture capital firm to invest in secondaries. So I'm going to stop now just in the interest of time and ask our panelists to join me so we can talk more about whether they see themselves as entrepreneurs or not. Thank you. We can turn off the slides.
I think there's an order, right? I don't know.
Is this the order? Sorry, yes.
Dan, we can switch.
We're playing chairs.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. So first question to our panelists, and thank you for joining us, is I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, your geography, your current fund size, and a bit about your thesis. We can spend about a minute each. Would love to do that. Evgenia, why don't we start with you?
Super, thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm Evgenia Plotnikova. I'm a GP at Dawn Capital. We're a London-based fund, and we invest in European founders who start building in Europe and then take their startups to global international success, which frequently includes opening offices in the US, but also often here. We are investing out of our Fund 5, which is a $700 million fund, and we have about $2 billion under management, and all of our strategy is centered around investing in B2B technology. So we used to say it was all about SaaS. Today it's about software and AI.
Great. Thanks so much. Caio?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Thanks, Fernando, for having us. My name is Caio Bolognesi. I'm a general partner at Monashis. Monashis is one of the very first venture capital firms in Latin. We have offices in São Paulo, Mexico, and now a small desk in San Francisco. We started 20 years ago. We have raised $1.4 billion to date. We invest across the entire region, so Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Mexico. And also, we're investing out of Fund 10, which is a $375 million fund in seed and A companies in the region.
Thank you. Jeff?
Thank you for having me, Fernando and FII. It's great to be here. My name is Jeff Weinstein. I'm a partner at FJ Labs. We're a New York-based firm that invests globally in online marketplaces and network effects businesses. I co-head the firm's investing, and I also lead our external fundraising. We're investing from a $300 million Fund 4, about 800 million AUM, and it's great to be here.
Daniel?
Hi, everyone. Dan Kimmerling. I lead a firm called Descience Capital. We are on Fund 3. We exclusively invest in financial institutions, which is a kind of esoteric subject. Let's see, what else? Our current fund's 100 million. We have about 500 million of AUM. I think that's it.
Thank you. So the reason why we organize a panel like this is because we have a Fund 3, a Fund 4, a Fund 5, a Fund 10. We probably should have switched the two of you. And everyone here, Dan is a founder of the firm from day one. The three people sitting here to my left, they are general partners that joined shortly after the firms were founded. But being a general partner means that now you are part of the founding team of the next fund, the ones that you have participated. So let me start with the first question. Do you guys consider yourselves entrepreneurs? Or are we totally wrong on our assessment of you? Evgenia.
Absolutely. It was interesting. So I joined my firm at the tail end of fundraising for our Fund 3, and I was the fifth person on the team. We were managing about 200 million, and I fast forward to today, we're a 40-person team managing $2 billion. So it's been a phenomenal growth journey, and I absolutely consider that to be an entrepreneurship journey, and it's kind of hard to see that probably as a founder, because you kind of look at us as financiers, I suppose, right? But I think from the inside, it's all about building the product. So we build our strategy, we build our platform, we decide what fits best our LPs and our founders, who are fundamentally our customers. We're building our brand because, my dollar is no different from this guy's dollar. So it's about how do I differentiate my dollar in the market. And it's about building culture and legacy. So I joined effectively a 5-person fund. And I think now I'm part of a firm and I hope a legacy in the future.
I guess for the rest of you as well, if you do think that you are entrepreneur or entrepreneur mindset at least, that means that you've made mistakes and you have to correct those mistakes. So Caio, why don't you tell us what you think about that?
Oh, absolutely. So I think in the end of the day, it's a very competitive market, right? I think venture is more competitive than ever. We have different funds, different fund size, different flavors. And we as GPs at the firm, we have to think about resource allocation. In the end of the day, we need to define where we're going to use our time, our resources, to improve our value proposition to the founders and to the LPs. So I think we've made a lot of mistakes. I think that's not what we are afraid of. I think sometimes we always say, if you're still, you're not evolving. So we made mistakes in terms of hirings. We made mistakes in terms of building programs for entrepreneurs that just didn't have a fit. I think the mindset is always, let's test it out. Let's see the market reaction. If it fits, it will go on. If not, we'll come back to it. Of course, those are smaller bets. I don't think we made a very large bet, but we're every day trying to improve and thinking of ways of differentiating ourselves from our fellow VCs as well.
Are you an entrepreneur, Jeff?
I'm of two minds with this question. On one hand, it is indisputable that we are building firms. We're hiring, we're firing, we're raising money, we're deploying money. But I cringe to compare us to the entrepreneurs that we back in the tech startups, and you look at the stress, the anxiety, the emotional roller coaster, the adversity that they go through. I do feel that running FJ pales in comparison to that. So on one hand, yes. On the other hand, definitely not.
You joined FJ Fund 2, I guess it was?
I joined immediately after we raised Fund 1.
Fund
so
1.
I joined in early 2017.
And you feel that raising Fund 2 was a walk in the park, or were you not sleeping?
Fundraising is always a walk in the park. Come on.
I mean, I know you're being facetious because I know how hard you work on it.
Well, thank you. Fund 1 for us was unique in that we were put in business by a very large European corporate, $50 million. So Fund 2, they gave us another $50 million, but we had license to go and raise external capital as well. Yeah. And so for Fund 2, we brought on another 20 LPs for $125 million on top of that, bringing the fund to 175. What I like to say is Fund 1 is proof of concept. Fund 2 is storytelling. It's too early to have returns. You want to basically show your LPs that you did what you said you would do with Fund 1 and that you have an early semblance of some traction, some markups. I think for emerging managers, actually, Fund 3 and Fund 4 are the really hard funds to raise.
Agree. Dan?
Fuck yeah, we're entrepreneurs. I like anybody who thinks otherwise is deceiving themselves. I I think part of it is that I would like to go build something like Schwartzman. You know, 2 days ago, yesterday at this incredible event, there were just incredible alternative asset managers, Schwartzman, Ackman, the Bridgewater team, like they're all, the team from Insight was here, and you're like, that's what I want to build. When I think about what I want Decians to be, I want us to be one of the great financial institutions of our generation, blew out, you know, like, and goes on. And that's what I want to build. I am, some of the people up here will know that I'm obsessed with this question of how can we make Decians one of the great financial institutions of our time. I want to die at my desk doing that. I tell my wife all the time, like, my goal is to die at my desk building Decians. And so, like, well, it's not the same as building a software startup. I think if we have a more expansive view of what it means to build businesses, I think that it certainly comports with that definition.
Can I ask Dan a quick question?
By all means.
Does it make sense to start in venture, which I feel as though is traditionally an artisan, boutique, niche way of managing assets? Because what you're describing, you have to move beyond venture. You have to get into private credit. You have to get into maybe real estate. You tell me, does venture scale in the way that you, I mean, we can talk about this later in our mega funds panel.
Yes, Jeff and I are on a panel together, another panel later today. It can. I think the thing is, we all stand, Isaac Newton said that we all stand on the shoulders of giants. The question is, whose shoulders are we standing on? You know, when I think about the shoulders that I want to build on, I want to build on those of people like Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett, Altos Ventures, Ho Nam, the team at Sutter Hill. Those are the people that I look to for inspiration, and they've all built successful franchises of some substance and scale. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't invert it, that you could be a big public manager and come into venture and so on. Like the playbook is as yet unwritten.
There's one of the things that we wanted to discuss in this panel is that when you have a fund 1, 2, or 3, because of the time that the returns come in the form of DPI, for those funds, probably all the way to fund 4, you're selling a narrative. And then after fund 4, you're selling DPI. And there's sort of that in-between moment where you're selling a little bit of narrative and a little bit of DPI. And that to me is incredibly interesting. So I want to ask you guys, like, where are you on that frame? I see Monash is clearly more on the DPI side than on the narrative. Dawn Capital probably today more on DPI. The two of you are still pretty much on narrative, and I compare that to founders.
Hustle alone.
Yeah, it's hustle and narrative for you guys right now. How did that change, Caio? Perhaps you can tell us, how do you feel changing the narrative versus now it's all about DPI?
Yeah, I think when we back started, so we started doing venture in Latam 20 years ago, right? We were not selling venture per se alone, we're selling venture in Latam, so that was a hard sell because we had to explain the region and also explain venture and now combine both and make a commitment. When Monash started, basic interest rates in Brazil were 20%. So raising from locals was very, very hard. Of course, as we evolved, we started bringing more institutionals. But over time, of course, like the DPI component, the results component, like the narrative that you sold on Fund 1, 2, and 3, they become even more relevant for the future. But I don't think the narrative goes away. I think like people want to back interesting people with perspective, with taste, and they want to do that in managers that they trust. So of course, we had successes. We also made mistakes. We're very open about it. I think today, one of the advantages that we have is like, if you want to take the geography risk, you're not taking the manager risk because we made great investments and not so great investments over the last 20 years. So it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
So we still, of course, the returns are even more important, The LPs are very sophisticated. We deal with very large institutions. We're great to have them with us. We learn a lot from them as well because they're investing in venture over the last 50 years or something like that. But we're every day grinding and getting better. But the narrative component is still important. But the results, they're there. And we had the cycles in Latam are a little bit longer than elsewhere, or more developed markets, I would say. So we had to count a little bit more on the narrative side for a little bit longer, I would say, maybe until our fund 4. And then the DPI started kicking, and that made our jobs a little bit easier. But it's a combination of both. I don't think the narrative goes away.
And Evgenia, you just went to a Fund 5, so you
Yes.
clearly graduated. You're not Fund 4 anymore. Tell us more about your experience of changing that narrative versus DPI and how LPs interpreted it.
100%. I always think I agree with Kai. I think it is always a little bit of both. I think it's incredibly difficult to have an undifferentiated story in what is ultimately a competitive market, both on the fundraising side, but also on the investing side. It's also very hard not to have returns, right? I think I'm incredibly proud of the returns that we have, but I think it's not just the narrative and the returns. I think you are selling trust, and you are selling a firm that is beyond individuals. And I think what people start looking for is, can this fund and can this firm sustain itself beyond the handful of the people that have started it, right? Is there effective succession planning? Is there a legacy to be built, right? Because if my investment horizon is 10 years, for some of the institutions that back us, it's 30 years, it's 40 years, it's 50 years. How do I have trust that this firm will deliver consistency? And it's returns, it's storytelling, but it's also the processes, the culture, the way that you operate as a business fundamentally.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up the idea of succession planning, because one thing that is very unique at a venture, I believe, is that from day one, you're already thinking about firing yourself. And that doesn't happen in a typical startup. But in venture, the model would not work if the founder of a venture capital firm keeps the percentage stake ownership of the firm. You would not be able to hire anyone from day one, because what's going to be their stake? So I want to get a little bit into the idea of you bringing in partners, while at the same time, if you don't mind, share the friction that happens with that partnership and how you overcome through this culture of trust. And Evgenia, just because these gentlemen are going to close that comment, why don't we start again with you?
Sure, no problem. So I became a GP at my firm, and I think we have a policy where no partner has ever been hired laterally. So outside of the founders of the firm, everyone else who is a GP or partner has been promoted internally. And it is actually one of the critical ways that we attract and retain talent, because there is that path to effectively shifting from being someone who focuses on execution to someone who focuses on ownership. Now, is it easy? No, absolutely not. Like building trust, building that conviction, and actually changing a perception of someone, myself in that case, of, hey, this person joined us as a mid-level principal to then make her partner and then make her GP. I commend my partners on their ability to have changed their perception of me. It was also for me to shift my mentality from being a deal junkie, effectively, to someone who wants to run the firm. And so it's absolutely not easy, but we have a number of kind of processes. We all share in each other's successes. We have quite interesting quarterly offsites where we have a single view of our entire portfolio, and we try and understand our successes irregardless of who the deal belongs to, and we share in those successes. We define that way our follow-on policy, and we concentrate capital, and then we work on each other's deals together, which kind of spreads effectively both the wins and the losses, and allows us to kind of have that culture.
Yeah, there's before we move on to the next, but there's this fun joke, I feel, that venture capital, as much as it's the true capitalist meritocratic system, is the one industry that it's socialist in the rewards of the partnership. Success is socialist in venture, and the failure is individualized. I made the mistake of investing in this company, but it's a very socialist framing, at least on the equity side.
You have to avoid a little bit of the personality cults to make it work. I think.
Exactly right, and that's also different to a startup where you need the culture of a dictator, the founder, whereas in venture, it's harder to have that dictator culture, no?
Yeah, just a comment, and I think it goes back to what you mentioned about the feedback loops as well, right? Like some of the early stars in the portfolio sometimes don't realize their full potential, and so that hot deal that we won, like this partner won, doesn't translate into DPI maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 years later, while that other company that was there compounding more quietly, was not like a portfolio darling, becomes a big success. And so it's very hard if the economics and the incentives are not set up front in a way that people work together and you want to see each other's success. You never know. It's very hard to attribute deals one another. There are cultures like that work, and we know, but the feedback loop take forever. So you have to think of that when you're building the firm and you're establishing those incentives.
Quick comment on the narrative versus DPI story. While it is true that DPI becomes more important over time, I believe that narrative is 10 times more important at any time in the fundraising journey. There's a fund that Kaio and I were just talking about, actually, a little fund in a non-US region, multiple 8x DPI funds, some north of 10x DPI funds, still extremely hard for them to raise money. You would think, oh, these funds will raise themselves, but they don't have the good storytelling skills, they don't have the narrative. Narrative is always important, and in fact, when we invest in founders, one of the things we care a lot about is storytelling skills, because it reduces the slope to hiring, to fundraising, to biz dev. So I just want to emphasize that you cannot rest on DPI. DPI will not raise your funds for you.
Agree.
I think, so although I started the firm, all my partners are equal partners. So I don't have to do that, but I've chosen that I think it is the right incentives for us to have an equal partnership. I want us to be fighting for each other's companies. Like we have to be able to be in the trenches, and we have my partners and I. We have different skills, different dispositions, different. This week I'm here. My partners are in the U.S. and vice versa. I think you might have even talked to my partner Ishan yesterday or something like that.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah.
Enter your schedule.
Yeah. But I think the other thing, though, the irony, is I think LPs like it to be more of a. I've gotten the feedback from LPs that LPs want me to put myself at the center of the story, even if I would prefer to put the team at the center of the story. And I've heard that repeatedly, which I think is a bit ironic.
Yeah. I have a question on that later, but Jeff, you want to wrap also the story on conflicts, friction, and equality in the partnership?
We love conflict. One of the things that we've implemented at our investment committee is we use loose consensus. So we're big believers, and Dan and I debate this a lot, just in terms of portfolio construction. We think error of omission, missing the next 100x deal, is far worse than error of commission, which is doing one additional deal that's a zero, bounded downside, nearly unbounded upside. So what we've structured RIC to do is actually we give anybody in the firm, all the way down to analysts, the ability to pound the table and get a deal through. And so we have this very active, sometimes kind of the conflict intentional form of IC, where we'd like to find consensus, because obviously we want to agree on which deals are good or bad, but we've found that actually in many cases the deals that are the least popular or the weirdest can be the most upside. And so that's why we've added this feature that if you're you don't want to abuse it, especially the analyst. If the analyst ends up pounding the table once or twice, we're really going to notice. At the moment, no analyst has ever pounded the table because they know we're going to be watching you, but they can. But we try to make it so that these contentious deals end up getting done anyway.
Yeah. Kaio, I think you guys, the investment committee at Monashis is unique, where it's less of a voting at I think you have votes, but you also have a budget allocated for GPs.
Yeah. So we've been doing this together for a long time. So I've been in the firm for 11 years. Marcelo, who's another GP and is also here, he's been there for 15. Eric for 20 years. He founded the firm. So we've been working together as a team. Gobato, who's our principal, has been there for 8 years, and Fabi almost 5. So we know each other quite well, and Marcelo brings a deal in, I know what he's doing. But the way we structure this is like we have kind of set of guardrails which are important for the economics of the firm. So which means ownership, check sizes, the ability to, how much we want to deploy in that thesis sectors. So we have some guardrails. But in the end of the day, we don't have budget. It's not a budget that I have to spend, but I do have some slots that I have to invest in during the fund as a GP. So I can make sure of 2 things. The first one is we're pacing ourselves we're not trying to play the market game. So I'm making 2 investments per year. I can make 1, I can make 3. Of course, there's some flexibility there, but when the market accelerates, I want to make sure I'm making 2 investments as well. So we have time diversification across our fund. We had funds where we invested too fast and that compromised a little bit the returns, but also we don't want to be afraid of the market. No, it's too expensive. I don't know any deals. But in the end of the day, we have a disagree and commit kind of mentality where, if the deal fits the guardrails, I can do it regardless of my partner's opinion. And of course, I hear them votes. We try to work together on the what we think is not so good about the deal. But I have the ability to kind of like to do it by myself and have the firm backing us. I think the most important part of this, which is we love conflicts as well as Jeff, but it's the day after. I think doing that in the investment committee is kind of easy in a sense, but the day after committing to a deal that you don't agree with is what makes the partnership really works. So, if my partner invests in a company, I'll do everything that I can to help them, even though that goes against what I believe it a little bit the day before. Once it's done, let's get it done, let's make it a success. But we have seen cases where people are not capable of doing that because it means letting your ego behind and say, I'll make it work.
Yeah.
It's like a good marriage. It's not how you fight, it's how you rebuild.
So I have one last question, which relates to the idea of a, CEO dictator versus a commune of decision making in process. And I think in this industry you have sort of the 2 extremes. A firm like Andreessen Horowitz, for example, where pretty much Ben Horowitz is a CEO and says this is what we're going to do, and Mark and Ben obviously communicate all the time, and everyone else follows that. And then on the other extreme, maybe Union Square or Benchmark, and no, it's really communal. Although Fred Wilson has an overpowering personality, but he doesn't tell Rebecca Caden what to do. Like they're really a community.
He actually has a half slice now. He's gone back to a half vote instead of a full vote in the new fund. Yeah.
So I guess the question, and I'll start with you, Evgenia, is that your perception on this at Dawn Capital, are you more of this commune of decision making, or is this a strong decision maker? And how do you make that work?
It is actually. So I like the concept of loose consensus. And I guess as Kaya was also mentioning, I think it's not necessarily about disagreeing, but then leaning in as a firm behind a decision that you have made. So we all have strong personalities, we're all very different superpowers. We have strong decisions, and people are empowered to get their deals through. But then we all stand behind the decisions that we have made. We do have, again, as I mentioned, a number of processes where every deal is actually worked by 2 different partners. We have a partner and a shadow. And the whole idea there is to challenge and to make sure that you kind of don't get into the rush of the deal, which also then allows to have, frankly, more supporters for the founder after. And we continue with the same set of processes after to make sure that the whole firm stays behind while an individual is empowered to make a perhaps slightly unpopular decision.
It's interesting, and you mentioning this idea of loose consensus and strong personalities. I remember talking to Eric, a co-founder at Monashis, a while back, and he said, the way that we set the firm is that eventually you're accountable. The results of your decisions, you end up being accountable. I think that if that is the case, accountability, you're not going to see it until 12 years from today. So I don't think accountability works. So Caio, maybe the last word, because I'm seeing the timeout.
Yeah, I think accountability works on the day-to-day, like how you go there and you work with the founders and you work with LPs and all of that. So the results will take forever, but the accountability, I think it's an everyday hustle for all of us and being there for the founders, the team, and everybody else.
Jeff, Dan, any final words of wisdom?
I've become more comfortable with the idea that it is about our team, but I want to make our firm easy for other people to interface with. Right? I want our firm to be an API, a well-structured API that people can write docs to and know what the call is, in response. And so I've had to adapt my own style for the way that people want to interface with us. So externally, we're more of a dictatorship, but internally, we're more of a commune because the external world expects us to be a dictatorship. And I want us to, I don't want there to be friction in that interface.
Are you as schizophrenic as that firm with the two personalities at FJ Labs? Or?
One of my favorite quotes, Charlie Munger, you show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome.
Yeah.
I think you need some structure. I think this hippie commune concept, it sounds nice. Maybe it works for benchmark, but you need some structure. Someone needs to be giving you some top-down leadership.
The buck has to stop with somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to accountability, if you diffusion of responsibility creates problems. And so it's not as black or white as dictator commune. I think I lean probably a little bit towards leadership. But I do think it's interesting and it works well. We've seen, as you given examples, you can do well in both directions.
Perfect. Thanks so much to everyone. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to talk about our fund called B Global Partners. So we started in 2015. What we focus on is what we call the trans-Pacific opportunity. So we back next-generation sectors in the US, which is mostly through funds. So this is assumed to be a fund of funds in the Valley, mostly focused on spin-out managers that are focused on defense, deep tech, semiconductors, biotech. And our core business is direct investing in India, Southeast Asia, and Middle East. I would say 80% India, 15% Southeast Asia, and around 5% Middle East. This is just a recap on our Asia contribution till now. We currently manage close to $1 billion in AUM, deployed almost $800 million, and this is all seed capital. We have around 15 unicorns now in the portfolio, which is largely around India, all first checks, and then Indian founders in the US, which is companies like Notion, Rippling, Smart HR, etc. The current net TVPI across funds is around 2.3x, and we just returned around $500 million in capital this year. So the core focus of BNext is a community of change makers. So bee means honey bee. So we are generally the smallest animal in the room, but we love to cross-pollinate. So we do our AGM, or what you call a bee camp, every year in a new country in Asia, because we invest across Asia. So we started in 2014 from Singapore. This one is the 10th year, and we're doing it in Karazoa in Japan. So just a little bit about India and what's happening in India generally. We just became the 4th largest economy, and predictions are it'll be the 3rd largest economy in the next couple of years, taking over Germany. Then the middle class in India is at a very interesting inflection point, where people are sort of replicating the China story in India now. Just between the middle class and above middle class, we're adding almost 100 million people every year. And the prediction is in the next 5 years, we should have around 500 million people above middle class in population, which means people are going to consume a lot of software, consume a lot of consumer goods, and also a lot of services. So that's why we think the consumer economy in India is at an all-time high, and hopefully it's just going to be a golden period for the next 10 years. In terms of just macro numbers, the access to internet right now is around 800 million people in India, which is pretty large. The amount of social media users is around 500 million people every year, and around online consumers of 250 million. Then if you look at just the startup ecosystem in India, the total number of startups have quadrupled in the last couple of years. We have around 150 unicorns now. 114 was 2023. Now it's 150 unicorns. China has around 300. US has around 450, 500. So it's the 3rd largest startup ecosystems in terms of large companies and large outcomes. In terms of just the public markets in India, I think the VC pipeline for IPOs, it's really, really attractive right now. We're adding almost $200 billion of market cap in tech companies over the next 3 years. So these are all the companies which are going public. The largest one is Flipkart, which is going public at around 35 billion, followed by PhonePe, Razorpay, and multiple other similarly large companies. And the other trend we are seeing is a lot of companies domiciled in the US are re-domiciling to India and going public in India, because the average PE ratios in India are around 50-50x. So that's a very, very high premium to sort of list in India. This is just like a snapshot of the sort of opportunities we are trying to capture. So the good part is we see pretty much everything in India, from deep tech, consumer, to also enterprise. So first is what we call Industry 2.0 or China Plus One, which is all your supply chain realignment that is happening in Asia. So we backed the chemical manufacturing company recently, which went from 0 to $150 million in revenue in less than 2 years, profitable. And they're exporting to Middle East, they're exporting to China, they're exporting to Japan and other parts of the world. Similar sort of stuff we are seeing around textiles, around aerospace manufacturing and stuff like that. On the consumer side, we are backing the next generation of consumer brands. So be it a coffee company, be it IKEA for India, be it dating apps. Then on the financial services side, we are seeing a lot of wealth solutions, because just the middle class population is so high. So they want wealth advisory solutions, they want wealth management solutions. On the AI side, we are seeing a lot of services first companies, because India is the largest importer of IT services in the world. So we probably service the biggest of the clients globally. So that's what we are seeing, that how can AI enable this next generation of services company to build more professionally and to have higher gross margins. And the last bucket is deep tech, which is everything from battery manufacturing to defense to IP-driven software to semiconductors. So that's just basically a gamut of opportunities across sectors. So that's been our focus. And obviously on the US side, we mostly invest in funds. And these are mostly spin-outs from large platforms like Thrive, like Andreessen, etc. So yeah, that's a little bit about us. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone feeling? It's the last day. You can finally relax. Hopefully, no pressure. But thank you so much, FII, for giving me the opportunity to present today about our new fund called Wild, because we back wild founders. Hi. Thank you for coming. So we invest in daring innovation to uplift humanity. So we're an early stage venture capital firm focused on backing the AI revolution. We partner with wild minds who are shaping the next frontier of the human experience. But I think what makes us really unique is that we're headquartered in Saudi Arabia, and we're on a mission to see the GCC become a AI superpower in AI. So it's going to be a wild ride. So why are we investing in AI? Well, I don't need to tell anyone in this room, but we're experiencing a platform shift unlike what we've seen ever. Today, AI is bringing the marginal cost of generation to zero. The GCC is leading the charge to spark an AI revolution, and we saw this during President Trump's visit when we signed many mega deals. If you look at statistics that were published by the Stanford Human-Centered AI Center, you can see that the UAE and Saudi Arabia are among the top AI countries in the world. But the areas that we actually are the weakest is in talent and R&D. And this is what Wild is looking to address. We've got low cost of energy. We have infrastructure that we're building out and chips that we're importing. We are producing foundation models. We have strong market adoption and policy and regulations. But where we try to form the bridge is in the talent ecosystem. So AI expertise remains heavily concentrated in the US, especially when you look at top AI talent. So the GCC needs to address this talent gap, and we're here to play a supporting role in seeing that happen. So we invest in both founders in the Middle East and in the Bay Area. And actually, Phil, you're going to see yourself on the screen very shortly. So Middle East founders struggle with scaling beyond the region. So part of that challenge is that founders in the region lack access to opportunities in the Bay Area where we know that the leading AI ecosystem lies. And so Wild is here to actually help them access these opportunities. Moreover, if I'm being honest, part of our challenge is we don't think big enough. Why don't we think that we can be leaders in the AI space and create category leaders? We know that any business that is doing an AI business must be a globally leading company. And it's a global company from day one. So you can't play the replicator model anymore. We also know that there is a shortage of capital, but you also need strategic capital to really scale globally. So part of our role is actually providing these Middle East founders with access to opportunities in the Bay Area, whether that's through accelerator programs, whether that's through introductions to tier one investors, whether that's to go-to-market opportunities, because we all know that if you can make it in the US as a company, then you can make it globally. Phil, thank you so much for being one of my personal investments and founders. And actually, I'd love for you to talk really quickly about your journey. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it's actually more fun to make it interactive.
Hello, everybody. My name's Philip. I run a company called StarCloud, and we're building data centers in space. And yeah, actually, I lived in Saudi for 2 years before founding StarCloud, so between 2021 and 2023. And Tolo is one of our first investors. So, and now is very helpful in bridging the gap between the US. We're based in the West Coast. So yeah, Tolo's been very helpful in bridging the gap between Saudi and the US.
Thank you, Phil. And you know what's remarkable is that you started your first business in Saudi Arabia and actually learned a lot through that experience. And now we're building data centers in space in the US. But actually, because space is such a big market in the Middle East, you actually want to bring those opportunities back to the Middle East. Thank you so much. Thank you. By the way, Phil had no idea he was going on stage. So thank you so much for that. Well done. So Bay Area founders require vast resources to effectively scale. So the other side of the equation is we invest in Bay Area founders. And what we're finding in the AI space is that the time to raise has been shortened, and then the scale of how much you need to raise is also magnified. And so you need to partner with investors who really have patient capital, who have large amounts of capital, and who are strategically aligned to you. Hence, why we feel that building the bridge between the Bay Area and the Middle East is so critical. And so our role is actually to help Bay Area founders access opportunities here. Firstly, in go-to-market and helping them access opportunities within Vision 2030 and then other Gulf countries. 2 is in helping them access capital. And 3, in helping them access compute. The kingdom wants to become an exporter of tokens, and that's where we're looking to diversify. So that's what we will do. So a little bit about our fund. This is probably the least exciting part about what we're doing, but we're starting out with a $50 million fund. We focus on Series A plus opportunities, and we're always looking to follow into rounds, and we usually follow tier 1 investors. And where we like to add value is in helping to access the Middle East. Our focus areas, so if we map out our AI tech stack, is we focus on the data layers. So we quite like businesses that are doing data engineering, data warehousing, data management. We also like the middleware layer, so machine learning operations. So that's things like model architectures, model security. And then we focus on 4 vertical AI applications, so smart cities, cybersecurity, financial services, and industrials, all big TAMs in the Middle East region. We've done a few investments to date. So we've done Perplexity. How many of you have used Perplexity? Amazing, great to see that. And then we've also done an investment in the region called Applied AI. So they're building autonomous agents for regulated sectors. They're based in Abu Dhabi. And we've been scoping out the Saudi market as well, and really want to invest here because we believe in the talent here. And we want to take them global and be number 1. Another one that we just closed is actually a company based in the Bay Area, but was founded by 3 Saudi founders. A company called Nash, which does logistics orchestration. They went to Stanford, they were at MIT, and they started their business in the US, and now service the world's largest retailer, Walmart, who is also an investor in their company. And that company was also backed by Andreessen Horowitz. And what they're doing now is they're expanding to the region, specifically Saudi Arabia, and we're helping them with that process, which is very exciting. So we have a really remarkable team. So William Gulab, William was at Stanford and now is a partner at Wild. He's actually going to be going back to Stanford to do his MBA. He's actually here today, and it's his very first visit ever to Saudi, so we're very excited to have him. He's based in the US. And then we've got Nina, our operations associate. So she is from Germany. She's based in Dubai. And then we've got Hiba, who is our AI scholar in residence, who helps us with technical diligence. So I'll just wrap up here and say, we're really excited to be a part of FII. We think it's a very exciting moment for Saudi Arabia, especially at the intersection of AI and global affairs. And thank you, everybody, for being here.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to take you in a deep dive into the Saudi deep technology ecosystem. I have with me an amazing panelist, starting with Dr. Osama. Dr. Osama Al-Amri is the advisor for the CEO of the Saudi venture capital company. Welcome, Dr. Khalid. Dr. Khalid, Assalamu alaikum. Ya hala wallah, hayyak Allah. Dr. Khalid Al-Dikkan is the VP of the parks at CACS, King Abdulaziz for Science and Technology City. Also, I have Ibrahim. حياك الله تفضل. آسف. Mr. Abdulaziz Suwailem, GM in the Innovation and Development Authority. Finally, Dr. Ayan. Dr. Ayan Campbell is the Senior Vice President of the National Technology Institute from KAUST University. Since he's not the least, we'll start with him.
Yeah, sure. Excellent.
Dr. Ayan, can we set the tone of what is a deep technology? How do we define it? What is it? And how do we measure it?
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for inviting me, and delighted to see everybody. What is deep tech? That's a question that's asked very often. And I think the simple answer is deep tech are technologies trying to address the problems of the future. They may be early stage, they may originate in universities, they may originate elsewhere, but they require investment in resources, in time, and in money to take them to a point where they are investable. That's where the role of universities, combined with funding agencies, combined with VCs, ultimately take them to the market. So a good example today would be quantum. So I can remember in 2016 when I ran the UK government's innovation agency, we ran our first program on quantum at that stage around ideation. And now we've got quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum key distribution, but we're still waiting for that one breakthrough technology that's adopted at scale. We know it's going to happen. We're just waiting for it. And I'm reminded that when Corning invented fiber optic cable manufacture in 1972, I remember it because that's the year I was born. It took them until 1999, so 27 years later, to have that technology adopted. Why? The invention of the web and of information transfer meant that that technology became current, but they had to keep patient with it for 27 years before it became a profitable decision. So deep tech is about technologies for tomorrow's problems that we can identify early, invest in, and scale.
And there is a level to measure it, the technology readiness level?
So the technology readiness levels are applied as a universal measure originated from NASA around how do we measure where the maturity of a technology is. So technology readiness levels 1 to 3, it's a bit of an idea. You might have a first working demonstrator, still small scale. Technology readiness level 4 to 6, prototyping, you're now looking at manufacturing, you're looking at how that product is going to go to the market. TRL 7 to 9, commercialization, you've now got a product, it's cost effective, it's marketed, and it can be sold and then developed, and you create generations 2, 3, 4. And that scheme allows researchers, developers, innovators, and investors to assess where the technology fits relative to its maturity on the journey.
Amazing. What's the impact of a deep technology? And if we can also touch on some examples of KAUST spin-out.
So deep tech probably is ordinary tech today was deep tech 20 years ago. So if you take the iPhone I think has a few thousand pieces of IP developed into it, but the telephone had been invented before so people could communicate, banking had been developed before, software had been developed before, touch screens had been developed before. Put that all together and you've transformed the way not only that we communicate, that we bank, that we share our lives in social media, that we interact with our lives, our identity cards. So it's truly disruptive. Now at KAUST, we're working to develop disruptive technologies on a continual basis. As a university, they tend to be at TRL levels 1 to 3. But what we've done is we've been able to spin out companies. So the company I'd like to talk about is Sadim. Sadim have a sensing platform to detect flooding. And in Jeddah in particular, if the rains come, then the systems don't cope so well. So what we want to do is understand, have the manholes been disrupted? Can we assess the effectiveness of the flood defences system before it's raining, during it's raining, and when we return to normal levels? So what they've been able to do is take an AI solution and a sensing solution to map out with the grid of drainage systems to ensure that when the rainy season comes, that Jeddah won't flood. So that'd be an example of taking 3 or 4 technologies, putting them together into a deployable solution that effectively is software as a service, because you use that in a control room to monitor the drainage systems in real time.
Amazing. Good to see how the connection between the lab into the market for a specific need. Dr. Khalid, you've been at the core of this ecosystem for more than 2 decades. Can you tell us where we were in the past in the kingdom as an ecosystem for the deep technology, where we stand today and where we're heading to?
Oh, thank you very much, Mohammed. When we say deep technology, it's a new terminology that's now we speak about it, in the last, I would say, 10 years or so. But going back to the history, and mainly to put it in the context of Saudi, I would say I can, divide it into 3 phases. And rely on 3 main pillars. So as far as the pillars, we are talking about the talent, research infrastructure, and the funding / incentive / investments, I would say. So those are the 3 pillars that we always rely on and measure, like in how things is being evolving and developing, as we go. The 3 phases. The first phase, I would call it the foundational phase, and that's I would have it like in the 2000, anything before the 2000. That's the foundational phase. And the second one, which is the, I can call it like in the acceleration phase. And that's, from 2000 to 2020. And what comes after, which is the growth phase, that's, what we are practicing as we speak now. So the fundamental phase, you see, or the foundational phase, you see like, there is nothing has to do with investments. VCs doesn't exist back then, at least in a bigger scale. You see the government, even the government grants is very limited. I remember it like it's being given to, when you read the history, you see it, it's around like 40 to 30 to 40K given to the researchers just to conduct a very classical research. There is nothing called like deep tech back then, but most of those who's been studying abroad and being exposed to the global research community, when they come back, they start to practice some of the, deep tech, computer vision, voice recognition used to be like in a very deep tech back then. The bio, it's at the beginning and so forth. So that's the foundational phase. The acceleration phase that's happening, after 2000, you start to see some of the technologies that's been taking place. Different research institutions, different universities are adopting like, new technologies. Talking about CACs in specific, you see, satellite technologies there, the adoption of the internet at the late 90s is happening as well. A bit of, plasma, machine learning and so forth and so on. So there was a bit of, great fund is happening from the government when the National Science, Technology and Innovation Plan was, launched in 2008 with $2 billion for the first cycle of 5 years. So you see now the research infrastructure is being, start to be built up in a very professional manner. And you see the talent now start to think, what is it? Now we have a big fund, so what to focus on? And the plan start to, set the needle on what the national, for the national need. But at this era, which is the acceleration phase, the entrepreneurship comes up, and started by establishing the first accelerator, incubation and acceleration program, and that's BADR. Some of you might know it. Supporting the entrepreneurs, not the researchers in specific, but the entrepreneurs. Just to make it short, for the third phase, which is what we are practicing now, you see the VC community is growing up, reaching almost like $1.5 billion for year 2025. You see the entrepreneurs now is adopting the deep tech after the government, the private sector is setting the stage or building the momentum for the what's so-called like in a classical technologies more or less. So the focus on the deep tech now start to be recognized either by the VCs, and we see like some of the funds being established now, by the private sector where they see some of the outcome from research is really like it's within their value chain, where it's helping them like to solve some of their problems and bring solution to them, and also like the government entities very enabling. It's very great enabling tool when it comes to the deep tech, establishing the innovation deputyship in each university, executing some of the acceleration program. We see, for example, university, actually the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture having different acceleration program. The same thing for the Ministry of Industry as well, and other ministries are practicing the same thing. So you see government, you see private sector, you see the VC community, research community, startup community, and also the NGO is also jumping in and trying to practice within all what's happening now.
Amazing. Can we have a glimpse at the future, and where do you look the ecosystem is going in the future?
The competition is happening as we speak, to be honest with you. And, the right definition, as Ian was mentioning, speaking about it, for the deep tech, the right definition is not there. It's not very clear to the entrepreneurs, not very clear to the researcher. But we look into it from the emerging technology point of view. So when we see like AI, quantum, and list goes on when it comes to the emerging technologies, this is something that whenever there is a glimpse or there is a flavor of the solution that's provided, accommodating those technologies, we consider it as a deep tech, and we start working on it. Again, if we are at stage 0 back then, out of 100, I would say we are within the 60 to 65% of maturity of considering the deep tech in most of the challenges that we are facing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khalid. Mr. Abdulaziz, you lead one of the most important priority for the Innovation and Research and Development Authority, Economics of Future. Can you tell us about the priorities in general, and what are you doing specifically with the Economic of the Future?
Yes, definitely. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity. Well, basically, for anyone who has been keeping an eye, let's say, on the R&D community and ecosystem in Saudi, they must have seen the rapid change that has been going for the last 5 years, as mentioned as well by my colleagues. It, one could say, started by the announcement from His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, on the very high ambitions when it comes to R&D, contributing to around 2.5% of Saudi GDP directly into R&D, similar to most advanced economies in the world. As well, it was announced the new vision for the ecosystem, mainly what we call the 4 priorities of R&D in the kingdom: sustainability, health and wellness, energy and industries, and finally, economies of the future. You could think of these are the 4 themes that we will focus on for the foreseeable future. 3 of them are quite self-explanatory. Maybe economies of the future has an unusual name basically, it encompasses every domain that doesn't fit neatly in the other three. So quantum is part of economies of the future, AI as well, smart cities, space technologies, deep sea technologies. And under each of these priorities, we have what are called the national missions. They are very clear and ambitious targets that belong to each one of these priorities. At RIDIA or RDIA, we try to further break down the mission statement into specific technologies and domains or subdomains that we will focus on in the near future to help achieve the missions. The first mission that was launched and activated, they are activated in phases. The first one was, the first two actually were launched last year. They are what we call the water and food security missions. They were deemed to be of the highest priority for the kingdom. The water mission is basically to reduce the cost of water production by more than 50% and reduce the use of non-renewable water by 90% in around 15 years. The food mission is to achieve more than 50% food security in Saudi around the same time. As you see, these are very high-level like statements, but what we do first at RDIA is that we break them down into more meaningful activities and actions and technologies. We define specifically what we mean by them. We identify global partners and local ecosystem players like KAUST that will help in each of these activities, developing the different technologies, charting the technology roadmap for each mission. I'll give maybe a more deeper example for the water mission, which was actually mentioned by His Excellency the Minister Al-Fadli this month in Rome. He was referring to it. When we work on devising and breaking down that mission statement to help explain to the ecosystem what needs to be done specifically to achieve that mission, we go deep into the latest review papers for the specific domains that can contribute to that mission. And we identify the local research teams and scientists that can push the envelope in developing those missions. Back to the example, so at KAUST, they've been doing a great job at the food security mission, and also it overlaps with the water security mission, specifically producing animal feed from algae. It has actually progressed quite well when it comes to the technology readiness level, the TRL. There are other examples across the kingdom. Watira, the national labs for water at the Saudi Water Authority, has been also doing some extremely good work when it comes to water desalination. The cost of water production has already decreased significantly in the past 20 years by actually more than 50%. But we are ambitious to replicate the same drop in water cost in the next 15 years, inshallah. Currently, we're also working on explaining other missions. Since my colleagues have mentioned AI and quantum, maybe I'll give them as examples. In the economies of the future, we have, as I've said, multiple missions under each priority. For economies of the future, we have around 11 missions. 3 of them are of high priority for this year and to be launched early next year. The first one is actually quantum computing, sensing, communication, etc. Actually, there is a workshop, I think in a couple of weeks, at KAUST this time, to gather the quantum ecosystem of the kingdom, hundreds of scientists across the kingdom that will work with us to charter this mission. We're also working on the AI mission. When I say work, it's not only the scientists, but also
what we call the custodians of the mission. The custodian are the government entities that will benefit the most from achieving the mission. So for the water and food security, it was MIWA. For AI and smart cities, it will probably be Sadaya. But we will also include other players that are very relevant to the mission. So for example, RCRC will benefit greatly from the smart cities mission. So they will always be a candidate over there. CAXT is almost with us in every seat. They are the national labs, the kingdom. Everyone obviously has a different role. We utilize and benefit from the scientists and the national labs in certain ways, but also we have what we call the mission guide, a document that helps us in achieving those goals, utilizing and benefiting from the different players, but also avoiding bias or any potential complications. We as well have 3 missions that are about to be announced this year. There is the oils to chemicals, where we intend to convert more than 80% of our oil production into more valuable chemicals. There are 2 missions in health, one for non-infectious diseases and the other for infectious diseases, also to be announced, inshallah, in a month or 2. I don't want to take too much time, but this was a glimpse of what we try to do, or one thing that we try to do at RDIA when it comes to planning. Of course, we have other initiatives in order to execute on these plans. We have ecosystem development, where we develop talent, attract startups that are working on deep tech solutions to move their headquarters into Saudi, which actually has happened tens of times. We've actually met with a few companies in the past few days that are very interested in relocating to Saudi. The startup ecosystem, incubators, etc., VCs, clearly they've been extremely active in the kingdom, and we think that inshallah this will benefit greatly the deep tech ecosystem. Again, I don't want to take too much time.
Thank you so much, Abdulaziz. It's really fascinating to see the coordination between the labs, the university, the government, but this cannot be happening without funding. Dr. Osama, assalamu alaikum. We would love to know how can Fund of Fund work with VCs to de-risk deep technology investment.
Thank you, Mohammed. Actually, we are already, because we are developmental, we are already investing in deep tech, emerging technologies. We are taking risks, supporting even emerging fund managers, trying to invest in this sector. However, if we want to amplify this, definitely we need to partner more with other public entities. I'll speak about this more, but let me tell you a story. What if we are having this panel in 2018? What would you say? At that time, risk capital did not exist. Venture capital, even investing in normal tech, did not exist. We didn't have the patient investors. Investors used to invest in public market, real estate, other commodities that are liquid in short time, can be liquidated in a short time. What we have done at SVC as a product of Vision 2030, we have established a new behavior in the ecosystem. We have established the first step towards having a deep tech ecosystem. We have established investors, entrepreneurs who are working together, creating innovative tech-based startups. And of course, they can wait for exits for 5-7 years. But that is a first step. Now, this is ready to be implemented for deep tech. Deep tech is like 10 to 15 years. So you need more patience. You need more patience. You need more time. So, as I said, we took the risk. We invested in a couple of deep tech funds. But that was amplified when we did our first partnership with a public sector or a public program as part of our managed accounts program. And that was with NTDP when we signed an agreement. NTDP would allocate an amount of capital as part of the fuel initiative, and NTDP will set the mandate, the sectors, the technologies they want to invest in, and SVC will bring structure and experience in managing this fund and invest in private sector funds that will bring momentum. That will take that into action. And we are now expanding this with other public entities in order to, I would say, address untapped sectors. So that's maybe the short answer to you.
Amazing. Usually, LBs, VCs are looking into a fast return on investment.
Yes.
Deep technology usually takes time. Do you think VCs will have the patience, or LBs have the patience to wait for a return and liquidation?
Whenever you invest in deep tech, you have to look at this in a different way. Deep tech is not a consumer app that you can wait for 3 to 4 years and then you exit. So the result actually will take time. But of course, it matures slowly, but it compounds profoundly. So if you wait, you will be rewarded because it will be accelerated. I mean, the return will be exponential after a certain period. However, whenever you invest in deep tech, and this comes usually, these investments comes from public entities, government entities, they are not looking for financial returns as the first outcome. They understand that the returns will come in waves. Building capabilities, building talents, building infrastructure, this will all come. You are actually building the ecosystem for future success. If you are concerned and you want to have quick returns, then don't do deep tech. Don't do even technology. There are faster ways to do returns. But there isn't a higher and more profound, compound way of getting returns other than deep tech. Because you are building industries. You are building ecosystems from scratch. So that said, everyone who would like to build a deep tech, a vibrant deep tech ecosystem understands it will take time, and they will be rewarded. And by the way, this long delay, we don't look at it as a cost. It's an added, it's a competitive advantage that will allow us to build the ecosystem for the future. So it's not a cost, actually. It's a competitive advantage.
Higher risk, higher reward.
Exactly.
We have, Dr. Osama, we have a lot of fund managers here attending this session. As a fund of fund, what are you looking for? Can we give them a glance of what is a good application for receiving a fund?
Sure. So it's correct that we are a developmental fund of funds, but we do our due diligence in the rigor of commercial institutional investors. And we go as far as it goes. So before we invest in any fund, we are investing in people. So the people who are running the fund are the first focus of our due diligence. We look at their past funds that they run, if this is an emerging fund manager or first-time fund manager. We look at their personal experience, their track record in investments, and then we look at their dedication, whether they are going to be dedicated to our fund or they have other funds that they are running now. And then we look at the strategy, the investment strategy, and this must be aligned with the gaps we have in the ecosystem. It must be aligned with our strategy, and also it must be aligned with their capabilities. So if an early stage, all-time early stage fund manager comes to us and say, I want to do a late stage fund, they haven't invested in late stage before. So we say, that's a flag. You haven't done this. And likewise, it's vice versa. And also, as part of the strategy, because we are a developmental fund, we require each fund to invest 1x of our contribution in that fund into Saudi startups. So we assess that. We see if that fund, the people, their strategy can execute that. And then we look at their, of course, operating model, decision governance, their committees, their legal structure, and we look at their ability to fundraise. By the way, when we started 2018-19, the ecosystem did not exist. So we used to take a lot of risks. We were more lenient. We used to be the first check in funds. Now we are not. We require private commitment before we even talk to the fund manager. So, and then finally, of course, the commercial terms, the usuals, that is part of the discussion with the fund managers.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Before we end this session, we would like to hear from everyone one actionable advice that you can give the audience, whether they are entrepreneurs, VCs, LBs, to take from this session. We'll start with you, Dr. Ayan.
Thank you. So my one piece of advice is, with the status of the ecosystem in Saudi Arabia today, collaborate in order to be able to compete. So we have to work together to consolidate what we have in terms of infrastructure, human capital, and ideas, develop that through time to allow it to blossom, and naturally competition will flow as we scale towards 2.5% of GDP.
Amazing. Abdulaziz?
I'll cheat here, honestly. It will not be related directly to RDIA, but what we've seen throughout time when we were reviewing different strategies, etc., your best bet, almost when it comes to anything, is education. And why I focus on this is that, honestly, because lately in Saudi, there has been amazing advancements and improvements when it comes to the output of our educational institutes, KAUST being one of them, but also even when it comes to like high schools and kindergartens, they've been producing amazing work and results. So I would say, in whatever area you're working on, keep an eye on education and invest more.
Thank you. Dr. Khalid?
الله يعطيك العافية. It will not be one message to fit all, to be honest with you. So if I want to divide it again, I will divide it to 6.
Okay.
But just to make it in short, for this why 6 is just because we have 6 players, starting with the VCs or the investment community, we call it. We have the research community, we have the startup community, we have the government, we have the private sector, and also we have the NGOs, which is unlocked potential, a potential that need to be unlocked, to be honest with you. For the government, I would love, the government to continue to do what they are doing now by supporting innovation and, showing their demand as well. So the entrepreneurs will be able to at least have clarity on what to focus on. For the private sector, which is something that we always face, and I see some of the private sector here, it's really the reluctance that's happening, It's not a solution, when it comes for the deep tech, there is no a direct, or a full solution that's need to provide to private sector. So market acceptance takes some time. So they need to be at least to put some trust in the research community and also in the entrepreneurship community. The NGO, I see them engaging, and mainly in the environment and health, and this is something that also we need them to continue. But what's more important, to be honest with you, which is for the startup community, is for them, mainly for the deep tech, to be patient and to know that it's not something trivial that they need to work on. So they need to be patient, and it's going to take some time for them to gain the market acceptance and gain investments at the end.
Thank you so much. Dr. Osama?
Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you. I would like to thank NTDP for the opportunity to be here. I would say we have all the components of a thriving or a successful deep tech ecosystem, but the problem is that they work in isolation to some extent. So my advice is we need urgently like a national framework for deep tech acceleration that brings all of these players together from idea, from the lab, all the way to the market. And we have a great example with NTDP through the Fuel Initiative, when government programs with a developmental a fund of fund and private investors came together. This purpose met the velocity and performance of the private sector through SVC. We have now invested in 5 funds that already invested in more than 10 deep tech Saudi startups in less than a year. So this one project created this impact. Just imagine if this is done nationwide.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you all. As you heard it, we have the government working with the universities, with the national parks, as well as the funding, along with the non-dilutive offerings from the National Technology Development Program. Thank you so much, everyone. We're happy to have you. And now we're going to move to showcase 3 startups as a use case to show you a deep technology startups that's coming out of this deep technology ecosystem.
Thank you.
As we saw the ecosystem, now let's see the action from the startups. NTDB is thrilled to showcase 3 startups working in a deep technology sector, starting with Muzun. Abdullah Saeed, حياك الله تفضل. يا هلا والله. هلا وسهلا.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Good morning. I'd love to tell you more about Muzun and what we do. So we're an enterprise AI company specialized in 2 domains, financial crime prevention and enterprise knowledge intelligence. And you might ask, why these 2 domains? So when we started, we looked at sectors where there's untapped potential and there is a lot of market opportunity. Starting with financial crime prevention, it's estimated globally that the cost of financial crime is $5.8 trillion with a T. So that's roughly 5% of global GDP. However, when you look at the combined market of software that's available to solve that problem, it's estimated to be at $100 billion. So there is a $5.7 trillion gap that needs to be solved. And this is where AI comes in play. The second area in terms of enterprise knowledge intelligence, we focus on the region specifically on solving problems with the Arabic language, as it's the most underrepresented language globally when it comes to a number of speakers and proliferation of data. The product growth for Muzun has been tremendous. When we deploy our products for the financial sector, we see a 90% reduction in fraud, both the past fraud as well as the anticipated fraud. The growth has been staggering as well. In the last 2 years, we processed over 160 billion SAR worth of transactions, which was 80x growth over 2 years. We are protecting over 30 million customers in Saudi and 6 other countries globally, and we're currently screening roughly 400 million transactions. Commercially, we've grown tremendously as well. We've had hockey stick growth in our ARR. With the support of NDDP, we're able to grow significantly. And we've been recognized globally by the likes of CNBC as a top 100 company globally in the fintech sector. And I'd like to share with you a story with our Chartis recognition as a top 50 globally solutions in fraud management. So what you see here, Muzun is in the top right as a category leader. And of the 50 countries, of the 50 companies on this list, we're the only company from this region representing Saudi Arabia. Moreover, we're actually the youngest company globally to reach such recognition. Many of our competitors took 10 years, 20 years, etc. We made this possible only in 4 years. Glad to build Muzun with a stellar team combined of technology veterans in the region, including the founders of Ilm, the largest technology company in the region, as well as other co-founders and team members. Our team is roughly 400 people. We're proud to have the largest AI team in the region in a private sector company. And we're happy to say that our admission rate is even more selective than universities like Harvard and other places. Thank you for listening and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. Next, we have Athir Connectivity. Mr. Abdurrahman, let's take us through Athir Connectivity.
Hello, everyone. So Athir Connectivity, in a nutshell, is a wireless R&D company. We develop next-generation wireless solutions. And over the past few years, we have empowered several of our clients from different segments. So, of course, the telecom segments, such as STC, Zain, Mobile, and others, oil and gas, real estate, entertainment, and many others. So we found at Athir that most of the connectivity challenges resides in the last mile. As we know, we live in a very prosperous time of our beloved kingdom where new cities are being built from scratch, such as NEOM. Current cities such as Riyadh, Jeddah, and even Dir'iyah are under continuous renewal. So at the same time, we have a very growing population at a very fast pace. So Riyadh alone is expected to reach 15 million residents in just a few years. So all of these factors put a lot of pressure on the connectivity infrastructure. So at the same time, we have 2.5 million users right now that lack fixed broadband connectivity in the kingdom. So clearly, there's a huge challenge. And for the service providers, they have two main solutions right now, which is fiber and 5G. They're great solutions. They've served their purpose very well. However, there is still a gap in the market. And we believe at Athir that a new solution has to be introduced. So we have introduced Air Fiber, which is a new solution, a combination of hardware, software, and RF. And what makes Air Fiber different is that it tackles a lot of challenges from different perspectives. So when it comes to deployment time, we have a very fast deployment times, which we can cover a full neighborhood in just few days. And we have preserved the same fiber performance, from stability, speed, and other metrics. And most importantly, it's the cost reduction in OPEX and CAPEX. So when it comes to impact, Air Fiber made a huge impact in the past few years. So as we're speaking right now, we have in our pipeline 21K sites scattered between business, enterprise, and consumer sites, which has been served with Air Fiber, where no other solution can fulfill the gap. We have elevated the bandwidth capacity of many of our clients to up to 6x, where no other solution can do the same. And most importantly, we have reduced the operating costs of all our partners to up to 70%. So we are committed at our mission to connect everyone everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Next, we have ACES, Dr. Khalid Al-Ma'shouk, who is disrupting the indoor connectivity.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank NTDB for their great support. Simply, the mobile communication started as outdoor. There was no indoor connectivity at that time. Indoor came in after the capacity demand start to be more and more. So you cannot do your exercise, chatting, communication, unless you are indoor, as we are doing here. So we tackled the issue of indoor, and we got a license from the CST as indoor wholesaler, where we build indoor and we sell it. In Saudi Arabia, we have a very special environment where people, 90% of the time, they are living indoor. So you need to take care of that indoor without using the brute force outdoor equipments, because these equipments are very expensive and it has it has so much power, you have to reduce the power. So we started in this business for several years, and we know that there is a lack of ecosystem here in the Saudi Arabia as of today. So we joined hands with some of the international developers, and we told them that we will work together. We have some IPs, we need your IPs. We join the two IPs and we will do product. However, under the condition, if our product is successful, we will take it to the most important sites, which is the Holy Mosque of Mecca, where you have 2 million people. No other places in the world has 2 million people at the same time. So you have to use the small cell to accommodate those guys. So the condition is, if we succeed, we will bring them here in Saudi Arabia. However, we have to go together outside. So in our agreement, we have to export the product that we co-develop with the international partner. We have to export it to the United States, to India, to the Middle East, so we sell together. This is a shortcut of the ecosystem problem. So in summary, we start developing this idea where we use the so-called ORAN, and in the ORAN we use the metro, because we own the metro line as infrastructure. We put the equipment in the metro. So we develop this small cell. It has 5G, it can accommodate 4G, it can accommodate bright 5G. In total, alhamdulillah, we got a lot of publications, a lot of prizes, internationals, and our theme is to reduce the cost. So we are able to reduce the cost 65%, the power, where we have green energy, 80%, space by 75%, number of meeting room to 80%, and the average completion time to only 87%. So in total, this achievement has enabled us to go over all populated sizes, and we built it in no time, like CAFT, Holy Mosque of Mecca, airports. So we are now pioneer in this. Imagine that we have with this work, we attracted 30 international big investors from Brookfield, I-Square, 30 investors, they came to participate. We are slowing down until we achieve it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Allah ya'tik al-afiyah.
As we have seen, the ecosystem players from VCs to universities to labs into and outcomes with those startups, AI, connectivity. Thank you so much for joining us today. NTDB is happy to host this session. We have our booth. If you have any questions related to anything regarding the National Technology Development Program, over there. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Ahmed Al-Naimi. I'm part of STV, and it is my absolute pleasure to moderate this session. The session titled is STV Google, Bridging the AI App Layer Gap. We've been working with Google, Google playing a big role in enabling grassroots AI, and this is the core vision and core driver for STV. I am joined in the session with exceptional individuals. So without further ado, I'll start introducing them. Mr. Abdurrahman Tarabzoni, CEO and co-founder of STV. Mr. Steve Pimsol, Chief Strategy Officer of Humane. Mr. Abed Kasaji, CEO and founder of Clarity. And last but not least, Mr. Abdul Malik Saeed, co-founder and CEO of Saud. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. Bismillah, thank you guys for making it. I think what's great about this group is that we have investors and enablers on the STV and Humane side, as well as builders, people in the trenches who have built companies and sold to the local market as well as international market. So I think maybe a great way to start this is let's get a lay of the land. What's happening in Saudi? How are things? What are the big initiatives? What is the vision? And what should we look forward to? Humane has been in the news consistently. Forgive me, Steve, I'll start with you. What's the vision of Humane and what's the latest news that has been shared, and can you articulate some of the goals and what to expect soon?
Yeah, definitely. So hello, everybody. For those I haven't met, I'm Steve. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Humane. If I was going to tell you about the news we'd released recently, we'd need a longer panel. But look, so Humane is a new organization in Saudi Arabia. We are a startup, sort of. We announced officially in May when President Trump was over. The organization's ambition and our mission is to enable humanity through advanced AI technologies. Okay, we basically, as a little bit by our name, believe human and AI need to live together and are symbiotic. From my perspective, I believe very significantly that AI is not going to make anybody redundant, but people will be redundant without AI. So we all need to be using it and enabled by it and basically amplified by it. And we should be looking at that in that way rather than a threatening way. I normally, when I do talks, talk about AI, the way to think about AI is R2-D2. That little friendly, helpful robot, okay, that made Luke Skywalker's life better. Think about AI being that, not the Terminator robot, okay? Think of that little simple way of looking at it. So there's a lot going on within the kingdom. Okay, the formation of Humane was at the decision of the Crown Prince to bring together some of the biggest AI initiatives across the kingdom, from government activities within Sadaya, activities within Aramco Digital that we officially announced just recently, activities within PIF and all the funds and all the investments inside PIF, plus activities inside places like NEOM, Autonomous, and data centers and everything else. And the reason for that was we're spending billions of dollars all over the kingdom, but we're all spending it in different directions, or we're spending it in the same direction on top of each other. And that didn't make any sense. So it made much more sense to actually look at that strategically and optimize the way we spent that sort of money in the kingdom. We're looking at what we do in the kingdom in 4 core areas. The first one is data center. We believe that Saudi Arabia could be the number 3 AI market in the world, behind the US and China. And there's zero reason why we aren't that. We believe that in the same way that Saudi has defined the lowest cost of energy in the world, we can define the lowest total cost of tokens in the world. And we can be a global corridor and hub for inference, which is really the future of AI. Okay, AI isn't just about training. Training will be commoditized. Inference will be commoditized as well, but inference is where everything happens once you've done the training. Okay? We've committed to build 6.6 gigawatts by 2034. We'll have 1.8 by 2030. For everybody that doesn't know what a gigawatt is, pretty much everyone in the room and me when I forget, all right, 6.6 is basically the equivalent of is more compute than Microsoft has globally today. We will have built in the kingdom. Physically here, sovereign in the kingdom for use. Okay. On top of that, we're deploying chips. Everyone's seen the big deals with NVIDIA. Okay, we have 18,000 of their new Blackwell 300s, so their new faster chips coming in soon. We've got massive deals with Qualcomm, with AMD. We've got people like Grok, who are inference-dedicated chip providers. We're already serving 130 countries around the world on our data center now, of which 5% is coming from Saudi Arabia. So more people around the world are using our inference than we are here. On top of that, we've got Alam. Alam is our Arabic language model. It's the ChatGPT built in the kingdom. It is a paradigm shift. Okay? It is an Arabic-first language model. So it's not Mistral or ChatGPT or Llama or Cohere built to understand Arabic. It was built from a blank piece of paper for Arabic and then taught English. Right? There is no better model in the world to tell you how to make capsa. Okay? Right? But it's culturally relevant. It understands us. We're taking that model. We've launched it in Humane Chat. Okay? For those of you that haven't got it, if you're on the App Store and Android and Apple in the region, go and get it. Right? We became the #1 app on the Apple App Store within 18 hours of launching. That Arabic language model we're going to make available to every single startup in the region. Okay? We're now live in Saudi. We'll be live in Jordan very soon, and then we're going to roll out in the region and globally. Okay? We want to serve the 400 million Arabic speakers and the 2 billion Muslims around the world through that platform. And by the way, we had over 450 PhDs doing the evaluation to make sure that our Quranic understanding of Islam in our model is better than any other model on the planet. So it gives you that understanding of where that is. We've moved that model from being not just language, we're now in video and image generation. So we're now creating the best localized video. So you can go into some of our Humane Create tools, say I want to see a Saudi standing in front of a in front of a metro terminal, and rather than through some models I won't mention, get a Omani wearing an Emirati headdress over the wrong shoulder in front of an Egyptian bus station, okay, you actually get a Saudi with their shamag worn perfectly correctly with their right throb in front of a Riyadh metro station. Okay? All of that's built in natively now in these new models. So it's not like going global and trying to make it work here. And then we're building applications and enabling applications. We announced Humane One yesterday with Tarek. You can go and see it just over there. It is an agentic AI operating system. It's about deploying AI agents. And we see that as a marketplace, not just something we're building. We want every startup, every entrepreneur in the region to go and build an AI agent with Replit, whatever other tools they want to use. Replit is now Humane Code, all right? Deploy that to our marketplace and earn money directly. That can run on the database on our servers in market and run off Alam. We're going to make 500 megawatts of data center available for free or significantly reduced budget cost to any startup in Saudi and in the region. Okay? It's about enablement. It's about talent. We're launching an AI academy. Okay? We want to train everyone from C-levels, ministers and CEOs, to the practitioners, the guys that actually type the Python scripts, all the way through to kindergarten to year 12 schools. They go in on the weekends when it's quiet. Okay? It's really about driving the top to tail. Okay? So it's a huge ambition in the region, and I know it just took a lot of time.
No, this was amazing. Thank you so much, Steve. I don't know of many companies that are doing the entire stack.
We believe we are the only one fully doing it and selling it. There are a couple. Google will obviously say they're doing it,
yes,
but they don't sell all of it across the layers in the way they do. G42 will say they're doing all of it, but they're a holding company with lots of sub-companies. We're one management team. So when I sit with my fellow sort of business unit presidents that run the organization every week in a management team meeting, one management team. It's one operating company. It's not a holding company with lots of parts of the stack.
And there's also the $10 billion investment fund.
Yep. We announced a $10 billion venture fund out of the US, but focusing globally. Yeah. And we're obviously very heavy in acquisition and partnerships at the moment.
Amazing. That's a great segue, Abdulrahman, if you allow us, to STV. Started 2018. This is fund number 4. With maybe a few words about STV and the AI fund backed by Google.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ahmed. And what Steve has said is music to our ears, and I'll get to that in a bit. But a little bit about STV. STV is a technology investor focused on growth. We've been operating in the market since end of 2017. It's been a long journey where we witnessed the spur and the growth of the Saudi market since its early days, back when $500 million of VC deployment was basically the total size of market, and we went in and essentially had a first fund that was equivalent to the total size of total market deployment. A lot of people doubted whether Saudi is going to have the absorptive capacity to absorb that kind of capital quickly, and whether it has the talent base to build with such capital and to pursue what was considered back then emerging technologies, way before AI was AI. And a lot of people were proven wrong. Saudi has the depth, has the talent base, has the absorptive capacity, has the ability and the agility and speed to actually build fundamentals, but also look forward to emerging sectors very quickly. And we've seen this in our portfolio. Today we have some of the largest fintechs in the region, some of the largest e-commerce players in the region, some of the largest AI players in the region, back when a lot of the basic infra layers were not even there. And AI is a really big theme for us now. Picking up on what Steve mentioned, AI is really a multi-factor, cross-dimensional, cross-sector play. It's almost like saying back in 2004 or 5, mobile, right? That word became obsolete. Everyone is now mobile first, then you had social, today you have AI, and I'm willing to bet within the next 2 to 3 years, a lot of us are gonna, subliminally just park that nomenclature and just say tech again. And we've seen these waves, and this is a discussion we're having internally. Is this really an AI fund? It's almost like when Sequoia launched their mobile application fund when iPhone came up. It's going to become very widespread and implicit. But we still think there is a window of opportunity that is very timely, very high value, and risk-reward adjusted, one of the best in the world in the Middle East and in Saudi Arabia in particular. We quantify the AI opportunity over the next 3 to 5 years to be a $20 billion application layer opportunity. To what Steve mentioned, if you think of AI, it's 3 stacks. It's infra, it's models, and then it's applications. And what we love...
Data.
Absolutely. We think of data and applications to be very synergistic and synonymous, but I completely agree, and I'll get to data in a point. So our thesis is very simple. Let the infra guys with deep capital, deep pockets, who know this world much better than us, do their infra investments. It's a very costly endeavor. Number 2 is the models layer. Let the model guys do their own, competitive dynamics and let the models evolve. We're going to come in that application layer plus data layer because we believe that data is the scarcest resource in this whole equation.
It's the most important part of everything.
100%. And we believe data is going to be the driver of value. We believe proprietary data is going to be a major driver of value. And once you start thinking of this thesis as data being scarce, driving use cases and applications on top that are proprietary, you start thinking of verticals one by one in which who has the most unfair advantages and access to proprietary data? Can they use this data to build very deep application layers on top of this data? Go and align with them to JV, to co-build, to invest in such plays. And we've identified at STV a number of these where we think also a high defensibility barrier is going to be regulation and regulatory data sovereignty, which we're going to get to, Steve, in a bit. And I can tell you, we were astounded at the scale of what we've seen in terms of AI building in Saudi Arabia. Once we launched the fund, and we didn't even formally announce it, it was a news, essentially, leak. We got 60 Saudi native AI companies to apply to us for funding.
we were shocked, honestly, at the scale. Of those 60, I think 40 were actually serious, real companies with some form of traction and revenue and POCs. And this is a theme we're seeing in the AI space today. Given how robust and versatile and accessible the tools are, the cost of building and the barrier to building is so low. We're seeing companies day one, essentially, come with revenues of 6, 7-digit millions of dollars, even though they're only a few months old. And we're very proud today to have two of our portfolio companies, South and Clarity, who are exhibiting exactly that. Day one, they're region-focused, Saudi-centered. Day one, they're looking globally at monetization and revenue generation. So they're going to essentially spend time talking about this, but on one hand, they have the likes of STC, Saudi Telecom, Saudi Airlines as clients. On the other hand, they have the likes of OpenAI as clients, which is incredible. So maybe this is the story I'm going to leave you with, is the market is deep enough. Top-down will has been established and proven. Data is scarce, and we know how much work Humane and others are going to do to consolidate this and make it accessible. And I love Steve's use of the word marketplace. You're going to enable value creation on top of this platform. It's truly a platformization play, and we hope our agents, our entrepreneurs, our startups are going to play a big role in this machine.
Very well said, and I think it's a great, perhaps, segue to the builders. Abdul Malik, I'd love to start with you. What is Saud doing? When did it launch? And how has traction been in Saudi? How is enterprise adoption? Anything you can tell us there?
Sure. First of all, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. At Saud, we started with a simple but a massive problem. Enterprises are spending more than ever on customer experience. Almost $6 billion are spent every year in call centers in Saudi. Yet, nearly 40% of the calls go unanswered during peak times. So, obviously, the market is broken. We built Arabic native AI voice agents to handle those calls in real time, just like a human. And in just 5 months, we've crossed $1.5 million in annual recurring revenue, with over 30 paying clients, including 10 top call centers in Saudi. Our goal is clear. We want to make the Arabic voice automation as smooth and trusted as the human conversations.
Beautiful. And how many employees you guys are so far?
Currently, 25 employees.
So I think when we invested 5 months ago,
just the founders.
Just the founders.
Yeah, 3 founders.
Revenue was 5,000 riyal, I remember.
Yeah, approximately.
Today is $1.5 million, alhamdulillah.
Exactly.
Beautiful example of grassroots. You also worked at another STV portfolio company, I think Twig, before that.
True.
So it's a virtuous cycle.
Can I just add a quick piece, because you touched on it? One of the other major change differences that we're seeing with AI is you don't need 100 people to run a company. You can almost build a company with one person in a garage, okay? They can code their own apps, they can run it. One of the metrics we look at, and actually we judge ourselves on, is the revenue or the productive output per employee. Okay? So you'll see loads of organizations go, oh, look, we've got 100,000 people or 300,000 people. If we hit that number, we've all failed. We've failed. Okay? We want to be the nimblest organization with as few as possible. Right now, using the Humane One tool outside, it runs up our payroll. We don't have a payroll department for a 500-person organization. We have one AI agent. And all we do is tell the agent what day to run the payroll. It goes off, works all the information, gets it out of the HR system, packs everything together, sends it directly to the bank makes the payment, it gets the reconciliation, does the reconciliation, manages against audit files, and gives it to the CFO.
Steve, I want to say something actually about this region, very quickly. You know, like I use everything in English, my phone is in English, but whenever I go to the ATM, I select Arabic. Like payroll is actually like, that's AGI level for this region, so you have to wait a little bit for that one.
It is. We've got a good understanding of both.
Abed, maybe you can speak about Clarity, introduce it.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Abed. I'm one of the founders at Clarity. And before just talking about Clarity, what I was actually listening to you folks talking about what you're doing is fantastic. It reminds me of something a few weeks ago when at OpenAI Dev Day, Sam Altman said, this is the best time in history to be a builder. And you made our jobs a lot easier. Like listening to this, because success is a relay race. It's not one person that will do everything. So for us as builders, what do we really want? We want a proper infrastructure, and you guys have been doing God's work in that one. You have Humane, you have the Grok, you have all of the sovereign data and AI and the excitement that you're actually generating behind that. What else do we need? We need money. And thank you to STV for being one of our early backers and big believers. They invested in us through the Google Fund. And speaking of circles, Ahmed, you said he worked at STV. I used to work at Kareem, so I was one of the early employees at Kareem. And Kareem is another STV portfolio. So it's actually us that need to give the region. And then with time, just circulating that money, talent, infrastructure, and also passion and excitement for us to propel the region forward. So that's my 2 cents on what you guys said. Very, very impressive.
So Clarity, you guys just closed the round. It was, how big was the round?
12 million.
$12 million.
$12 million.
Co-led by Process and STV.
Correct.
Voice of customer solutions. Is that the right?
Yes. So what we do at Clarity is we empower businesses to understand what their users are actually care about, and obviously drive a lot of efficiencies in the customer support and operations. What we do, in terms of like technical terms, we build the knowledge bases of the company. You know, when we go to companies, they actually have some documents, they have some knowledge or like wisdom of the crowd. We work with them to build that digitized version of who we are as a company and what we do, and how can we actually enable our customers to know about us better, how can we do that? And then we do the orchestration layer of different agents, which is hopefully we're going to be on the marketplace soon. Would love to talk about that. And then lastly, we build sticky workflows for enterprises, and then to design these per each enterprise need. We've been working with a lot of customer-focused and customer-centric companies. And you know, this is actually very helpful for them because it drives at least 60% more profit for these companies when you're customer-centric. And we're incredibly excited because we also have this exposure that we're selling to different parts of the world. So we sell in the US to the likes of OpenAI, Grubhub, Booking. We sell even in Mexico now. We sell in the region. We sell to STC. We sell to governments. We sell to banks. So it's a universal problem that we built by the region, from the region, and hopefully exporting it to the whole world.
Ahmed, if you allow me, one thing I'm going to poke at, and I would love Abid and Abdul Malik to also further opine on, is I would love for you to double-click on how you're not only going in and providing your own value proposition using their data, but we're seeing dynamics in which both of you are also becoming the AI enabler for many other use cases, given that you were given access to data and you're branching across the organization in a very interesting way. So the fact that it's an emergent capability, a lot of these organizations are thinking of you as the enabler of cross AI capabilities. I would love to hear more about this from both of you.
Sure. From our side, what's really changed is that calls are no longer just tickets to be raised. I mean, for years, large companies and government entities outsourced call centers and gave employees access only to a ticketing system, meaning the best they could do was to log an issue. Today, you can treat calls as a software. Something can resolve issues end-to-end without worrying about training, staffing, and processing gaps. And what makes SOT work so well is how deeply we integrate. I mean, we built for Arabic, dialects, compliance, and local tech stack. And we act as the connective tissue between all customer channels. So once we prove value in one use case, clients quickly expand to others.
Yeah, and from my side, I just want to say that one of the, maybe when we were raising one of our metrics, which is NRR, which is net retention revenue, which is basically how much the customers within a year expanded their contract. It's so crazy for us that people actually fact-checked us on this. And like I remember the VC conversations. So we have 300%, which means within a year, we actually tripled the size of the account. What that kind of, the reason behind that is we build one use case for that team, they see the immediate value, and they start giving you more use cases within the same data. Because when we touch the customer information, when we build that knowledge base, you can use that to help your team become faster, sell better, become more efficient, do even better legal reporting, and all of these things. So we're seeing this as the start of a massive, massive wave where implementing these use cases is only going to get faster and more and bigger.
And Abid, since you mentioned use cases, sometimes we hear AI is a hype. Sometimes we hear our customers decided to pay us 3 times more. So how do you quantify success to them?
Look, is it a hype? Is it reality? I think it's both in a lot of cases. It's really hard to pinpoint because it depends on the context. And I do believe still, like hype is good. Like hype is not necessarily a bad word because hype means people actually are hearing about this and they want to try it, which is really, really needed in the age of new technology. So that's good. When it comes to the concrete evidence that we're actually driving value, if you think about it, why do companies exist? You need to solve problems, you need to make your customers happier, and you need to make your shareholders happy as well. So you need to return that money. AI for us is solving for these 3 things with very clear use cases for the companies. So by listening to your customers, by connecting all of the dots, you are able to expose better understanding and solve problems that they really care about. That's number 1. Delighting customers. As Abdul Malik said, instead of now me waiting for 15 minutes on the call, now I can actually get help within 2 minutes, and that will actually make the customer experience better. I will churn less. So we have mapped actually that at least 50% efficiency increase. And in terms of revenue, in a lot of cases when we A/B tested, it's at least between 20 to 30%. That's by reducing churn. So like if you reduce churn, you will not spend that marketing money and bring those people back. And lastly, all of that actually flows into the efficiency of the company. Now you make more money, you're going to invest and experiment with other use cases that will actually provide you even bigger scope as a company, and then you can expand.
Very, very well said. I'd love to cover localization and data sovereignty. Steve, you guys are perhaps heading and playing the biggest role in that department. Why is localization important? How do we define localization? Is it training? Is it inference? What's happening there? What should we expect? Any few words before setting the stage?
Yeah, so I'll answer with 2 hats. So in my previous role to Humane was with SDAIA, the Saudi Data and AI Authority, and very involved with writing the national data privacy policies and the data sovereignty laws. The current Saudi sovereignty guidelines are a positive and a negative. Okay. There have been a massive pair of handcuffs to a lot of organizations to access the tools that people in other nations, like GCP, Amazon, AWS, Azure systems, could get easily with a credit card, because all data has to be sovereign, kept in the kingdom. And those systems aren't available. We haven't got a Microsoft node here. We haven't got an AWS node here. We've only just got a GCP node here. So that means you can't use those services. Now, some people are anyway, but they're breaking the law from a sovereign perspective and don't want that to happen, particularly if it's PII data. That's led to a lot of organizations doing some really interesting things with their own ways of doing work. But generally, it's probably just been holding everyone back. In one of my roles in life, I was the head of AI for HSBC globally. I was the chief analytics officer. When I had every single country around the world, including SAB, as one of my sort of regions, the 3 places around the world I couldn't get data into my standardized analytics tools: China, Mexico, Saudi. That was it. Every other country in the world, I could pull the data out, model it, do it. For SAB, I had to run synthetic data and model to bring into the systems to try and get them to try and do something. It was massively complicated. Sovereign data is going to become a bigger thing in every country around the world. It's actually, people are now more and more in Europe and other places saying we're going to become more like Saudi, not less. So Saudi is becoming a little bit easier, and other countries are becoming a bit more like that. We have a law that's about to be passed in the kingdom around data trust. It was linked to a national consultation paper that was done about 3 or 4 months ago, a little bit longer, on what we called, but we've told we're not allowed to call because it's got a specific meaning, data embassies. Okay? The concept of a data embassy is a bit like a normal national embassy. The ground, the sovereign, sort of, you walk in the gate into the US embassy in Riyadh, you are on US soil. Imagine the same concept for a data warehouse. Imagine having a US data warehouse under US sovereignty and US law in the kingdom, legally required by the government to make sure that's done like that. So there's no Saudi law governing it, it's under US law. We have the same under EU law, we have the same under UK law, we have the same in Korean law. We're going to build those. We've had massive excitement from people around the world in the fact that we're going to do that. Huge excitement from the US, okay? Because if all of a sudden we are storing all their data from the US under US guidelines and US law, and we prove that we as Saudi aren't going to go and access it and do anything with it, or we're going to just turn it off, because they're also terrified we might just turn it off and they can't access it anymore, that's going to be huge for us in terms of where we're going to go. So look, there are pros and cons to what's happening with sovereignty. Everyone's changing the way they're working with it. It does change with trust. Organizations that use customer data, which is PII, that uses voice data, which is PII, have to be clever with the way they do things. But everything is coming here. As I said, GCP is here. The Amazon AWS AI node will launch in June on Humane. We announced it a few months ago. Microsoft will come here. All those tools will be here. You'll have access to compute. You'll have access to models. Okay? It will make life a lot easier to do things sovereignly. But we've been a bit handcuffed with that.
So localization is, data sovereignty is one, but also localization of models. Alam is a beautiful example. And I know that South, you guys had your own thing with speech-to-text, text-to-speech models. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, the challenge with Arabic, that Arabic is not one language. I mean, in Saudi, we have more than 25 different dialects. Each has its own tone and rhythm. So building Arabic native AI is about truly understanding how people speak. And until today, there is not a single locally hosted or even an open source model that understands all Saudi accents. So we had to build it ourselves from scratch. We trained our models on more than 90,000 hours of Arabic audio. And that gets us to the top of the Arabic speech leaderboard by 50%. And that's a great milestone.
Amazing. And Abid, I know that one thing that Clarity does really well is, being compliant. So models are being run locally. Any words on those? Are you guys using one of the local vendors, or scaling manually, or how is that happening?
So again, I think this is music to my ears when I hear like a lot of infrastructure being developed, because we had to go the long route. We had to deploy things ourselves. We had to spend countless hours and days on things that we could have actually went and helped our customers. So the short answer is we actually went and to the metal when it comes to the services being provided in the kingdom, more specifically on Google Cloud, which actually, again, helped the region tremendously. There are still services that are not enabled, so we actually had to go and deploy our own services. And that helped us a lot in terms of getting into the regulated businesses, and that's basically the tailwind that we're getting from the regulations and compliance.
Amazing. Yeah,
Ahmed, if you allow me, I want to comment on connect the three viewpoints with the following. This is a perfect example of how entrepreneurs can spot opportunities, create their own infrastructure scaffolding, despite not having a ready base layer, to solve real market problems
and run. And I can only imagine, given the amazing work being driven by Humane and many stakeholders, what they can do the moment these layers get established, data gets consolidated, the hyperscalers are plugged into all those silos, because what we're excited about in STV is the moment when that infrastructure and topology of the country gets locked in digitally, I cannot stop but think of top-down use cases across education or defense or healthcare, in which a lot of these regulatory issues and data issues get resolved, and for these founders to come in and really solve much, much bigger problems with a paved road. Now, despite the road not being paved, I think we have enough data points that the market will move very quickly. They will build their own scaffolding. They will go to the customer and back solve in a very iterative way. So we're excited.
And I was going to say with that, look, I won't say anything else. Look, we're at a massive turning point in Saudi Arabia. Okay, the amount of investment in infrastructure, in models, they're making that publicly available to everyone to start using and build off and drive on. The talent we've got. We haven't touched on talent here. We're trying to desperately hire some people. We've found amazing talent coming out of the universities. We've gone, wow, this person's incredible. We've started trying to hire them, and they've been stolen by OpenAI to work remotely from their home in Saudi by OpenAI on a US salary. Okay? Global firms are looking here to find the talent from here. Saudi is about to become, and is becoming, a net exporter of products. For too long, we've been a country where we sort of repackage other people's products. We take something from somewhere overseas, we shove our sticker on it, and we launch it as a product from Saudi Arabia. We're now launching more and more from here. At Humane, we talk about being global first, sovereign by design. Okay? We are massively sort of proud of the fact if you go to Humane Chat, it's got a Made in Saudi sticker on it. You can't drive down the road here and not see a McDonald's sign on now with Made in Saudi on it. Right? The pride in the kingdom of what's happening and the ability to create products that are globally applicable is more than anything we're ever going to see. Okay? It's a huge turning point for us.
Ahmed, I can't agree more, and I just want to, in STV, you know this very well, we have a thesis, Steve, that you know, we look at companies and we say tech goes through 3 waves. Wave 1 is reverse engineering and copycatting. Wave 2 is solve for market needs and build depth and value. Wave 3 is go and export globally. What we're seeing in AI in Saudi, the companies on emergence are doing the 3 waves in tandem, right? They're copying reverse engineering. They're not stopping there. They're going and building Saudi value and deep integrations. They're not stopping there. Day one, they're selling to the likes of the OpenAIs and across the world. So this is an amazing example of we're seeing the 3 waves in tandem, compression of time, and it's just incredible.
Very well said. I do know that we ran out of time. I want to thank you all for all the insights. And thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Claudia Zeisberger. I'm a professor of private capital at INSEAD, and it's my pleasure today to welcome you to this panel on Beyond Capital, Value Creation in Saudi Arabia. So the anchor for this panel is a paper that was published by Jeddah Fund of Funds in August this year and focuses very much on what it will take for the private capital space to reach the next level beyond investing in obviously good companies. So it is a real pleasure for me to be joined today by a fantastic panel. We have a GP, we have an LP, and we have someone who invests on behalf on the Public Investment Fund in Saudi Arabia, on PIF, directly into portfolio companies. Please join me on stage. You can sit anywhere.
Thank you.
So I'm being joined today by Raid Ismail, who is the co-head of MENA Direct Investments and head of operational value creation at PIF. Raid, thank you for making time.
Thank you.
So I have Sulaiman Al-Kushi on the panel, who is the Chief Strategy and Business Development Officer at Jeddah Fund of Funds, and behind the paper that I just mentioned in the opening. And Haitam Al-Foira, Managing Partner and co-founder of Sidra Ventures. So on that note, we will start off. And allow me to kick off with Raid from PIF. So PIF is the largest investor in the kingdom. Value creation at scale must mean a little bit more than just making individual portfolio companies better. How does your team embed value creation in the investment process, from due diligence all the way to exit? What does that mean, basically? How has it evolved inside PIF? If you can give us some color on that.
Sure. How much time do I have? First of all, a pleasure being here. Like His Excellency mentioned yesterday in his Fire Chat panel, the PIF did not reach where it is today on an ad hoc basis. It reached here by having the right frameworks, processes, and the right people. One of the most important processes or frameworks we have is the PIF way. And this is our way of becoming an impactful investor. And it's 7 levers. It starts with impactful deployment and ensuring that we invest in the right sectors that have an impact on the kingdom and on Vision 2030. Then more importantly, we have positive governance, having the right board compositions and the right members in those boards to drive the company and its strategy. Full enablement plan, which ultimately looks at the company and says, how can we get the maximum out of this? How can we really take it to its full potential strategically, operationally, governance-wise, finance-wise, regulatory-wise to drive that value? Operational enablement, which is a key part, is how we can support the investment team, the management, and the boards to deliver on that full potential plan from an operational perspective. And then ultimately after that, capital recycling, which is ultimately the graduation from an MBA. I won't mention any schools here, but it's a step towards your next journey. Then there is a catalyst around that, which is scalable infrastructure. You being part of the PIF as a company, you have access to all the companies around you. You have access to the PIF, you have access to leading thought entities within the kingdom, access to, and globally, and access to government agencies that can create value. And last but not least, as His Excellency mentioned yesterday, we grew from around 60 employees to around 3,000. We've created centers of excellence within the PIF that can support the companies. So many, whether it's on tax and treasury, or whether it's on corporate financing, whether it's on comms and marketing, many elements that we can support our portfolios to create value.
Okay. And specifically on operational value creation, what would that de facto mean as a, let's say, a portfolio company inside your teams?
As you mentioned in your report, the private equity has evolved from creating value through financial re-engineering and multiple expansions to now. It's very competitive, a lot of money following a limited number of opportunities. So operational enhancements is a critical part to unlock value. Within PIF and MENA Investments, there's the Operational Value Creation Group. It's around 70 seasoned global professionals working hand in hand with the portfolio companies, with the investment team, with the boards to drive different operational value creation initiatives. Part of them are specific to a company. It depends on the situation of the company. And part of them are thematic. Thematic meaning procurement, indirect spend. How can we pool all our indirect spends in our portfolio companies and find value? And we've seen anywhere between 8 to 15% enhancements in cost efficiencies. Digital is another kind of thematic approach we look at things. Then there is the more other general levers but are important and specific to each company, ensuring profitable growth and accelerating growth, optimization of and effectiveness of the operations and the value chain itself. Digital and AI is a critical part these days. It's no longer an option. Today you can say as much as you can, I'm looking into digitization, but if you don't do it now, there is no tomorrow at the end of the day. Then there is a part where we are a sovereign wealth fund that is a private equity and a VC at the same time. We've created great companies from scratch over the past years, and within OVCG we have a team of ERs, that executive in residence, that have learned from the previous launches of company to support these companies to ramp up quicker in the right processes and procedures and benefit from the wider ecosystem of the PIF. Community and engagement is a critical part. We have the Partners Forum, Partner Series, where we bring all our CEOs in once a year, and just if we lock the room and let them talk to each other, that will create value. We have verticals where we have engagements around CHROs, AI, and different functions that drive us. We also have playbooks and diagnostics that also support our portfolio companies and investment teams to drive those elements. Last but not least, we do a lot of leadership development plans, because ultimately without the right people on the ground in these portfolios, as much strategies and frameworks we have, nothing's going to happen.
Okay, fantastic. With a couple of hundred portfolio companies, a team of 70, they will keep busy on the value creation side.
They are.
So for sure. So moving on to Suleiman. Suleiman, as an LP, as an investor, you chose, Jeddah Fund of Funds chose to publish this paper just in August. So why now? Why did you feel this was kind of the right time to share what is happening in the kingdom?
Thank you, Claudia, and very glad to join this esteemed panel. The Saudi Value Creation report is part of our mandate in Jeddah to catalyze the VC and private equity ecosystem, not only through investment, but also through market development activities that include sharing knowledge, raising standards and best practices when it comes to investment in the private capital. So we thought we should combine global expertise with local know-how and local on-the-ground activities and investment and value creation to really be able to and this is was important for mainly three reasons to have in the report. One, we think we are fortunate to invest with a large number of GBs that are successful in not only in their fundraising and securing deals, but also on executing successful value creation and really helping the companies have a significant growth and scale up. And we thought these are great stories that has to be told. We mentioned some of them in the report, but we know that there are many to be yet told. Second is for the business owners that are being approached by GPs to partner with them and take money from them and partner as an investor. We think the report would help them understand what they should expect from a GP. GPs are not all similar. every GP has different value creation, different competitive advantage sometimes, and it is great for the business owner to understand how their growth strategy fits in within that capabilities of value creation that the GP has. It is also important for the private investor in the room who are looking and selecting fund managers to commit to. It is important to know what value creation these GPs can deliver and why they are able to realize what they forecast in terms of return. So these are the three main reasons why we published this report this year.
And you, I mean, as Jeddah, you are investing also in first-time funds. So you're quite aware of the challenges of a first-time fund manager to bring them up to speed to play in the ecosystem with global standards. So, but yes, obviously a lot of family offices here in the kingdom are looking to access the private market as well. So we like for that the story is in there, and you're right to mention we have plenty of case studies in the report to add color to the broad kind of theoretical conversation of the different levers of value creation. Now, when you invest in GPs, when you ask the GPs about their ability or their capability on value creation, do you have anything that you're looking for? Do you have any stories that stand out?
When we look for GPs, part of our due diligence is to look at what value creation plan they has. And we mention in the report a number of GPs with success stories. The likes of the InvestCorp story with the rental car, for example, is an interesting one to see. Also the Olive Rock value creation plan when it comes to and their approach to leveraging their network and coaching and mentoring leadership in the portfolio companies they invest in. The story from EWB is also an interesting one, giving their effort on when they established the Alibaba Saudi cloud. And there are many stories in the VC side of the business that are yet to be told. Sidra is definitely one of the fund that we invested in, and we have seen multiple value creation stories that we would definitely love to hear probably today from Haytham.
So before we jump on to Haytham, anyone in the room who is open to share value creation stories, either what you've done yourself or what you've seen from some of your funds doing, please reach out. That's part of the reason why we're doing those reports, to open the door to more conversations in the kingdom. Haytham,
yes.
Tell me, in the report we're talking about a couple of your startups in your portfolio. So maybe Sidra is an early stage investor in VC investor. So you mentioned a few of them, Squadio being one of them.
Yeah.
What is kind of like the importance? What's the most important when you're working with those young companies when it comes to value creation? Which one of the levers kind of matter?
So first of all, thank you. I think this is a great report, and hopefully there's a chapter 2 and a chapter 3 that, whether it's us or the other VCs and fund managers can contribute to. So, we documented Squadio because, and you rightfully pointed out, we're an early stage fund manager, so we try to come in as early as possible. And obviously, there are ups and there are challenges when you're the first check, first institutional check. And when we look at a startup, so it could be an idea, it could be one person that has an idea that makes sense. And when we look at the challenges that we anticipate, we do this as early as pre-acquisition, pre-investment. We look at it, we try to unravel where the challenges could be. It could be a talent shortage. There could be a great CTO, a great business development founder, but if it's a product that needs to be sold, obviously you need somebody that can sell it. So each company, I think, has a different area that we focus on. What we try to do as early as possible is to sit down, understand, share our examples with these companies, and try to identify how we can help. Squadio, as you mentioned, when we first invested, the company was a software development house. So software development companies are different than companies that can provide talent as a service. When you work with a software development company or a company that provides that service, is going to work on a pipeline. So it's going to develop a project, then it's going to stop. Then it's going to wait for its next project to develop. So what we wanted to do was see whether this model could be developed into a talent as a service. So we know that there are great talent in Saudi Arabia, but one of the things that there's a shortage for is technology teams, or tech, or CTO. So developing this platform, similar to Andela in the US, creates a marketplace where somebody in Saudi Arabia, let's say in Abha, who has a great skill set but cannot move to Riyadh, can work online as a CTO, support the company, and be able to generate an income for himself. So if you look at it from the whole value chain, being able to develop this model, we help them develop the playbook for this. We help them try to get the first batch of customers. And now the company has grown into the largest single CTO service provider in Saudi Arabia, and it works with large clients. Some of them obviously are government, and some of them are private sector, such as Al-Munshaat. They work very closely with Al-Munshaat on projects. So being able to understand where the shortage is and supporting on that area is what we believe that value creation is. And as Sulaiman pointed out, if you look at the DDQs that when you ever apply to Jeddah, and we work single-handed on these DDQs, on these application forms, a large part of it is what have you done over the last 5 years in terms of value creation? And you have to document examples. You have to say, I worked on this, and this, and you have to include a reference. And they verify this because they understand that no matter what a fund manager does, the easiest way you can create value for your shareholder base is by creating value within your asset base. So that's something we focus on a lot here at CEDO. And there are many, many examples that we can go through.
And so let's stay a little bit with talent in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Do you see this as a broader challenge or specifically on the tech side? And how do you think the kingdom will potentially overcome that?
Yeah. So we have fantastic talent here. The challenge we have is getting that talent to leave a great company and move into a startup environment. And that is difficult. Obviously, there are financial implications, there are career implications in somebody moving. So what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years now, and the kingdom has done a great job on that, is to make talent, accessibility to talent clearer. So we have an excellent premium residency program. So anybody that wants to move, that wants to start and wants to contribute to a startup can do that. We have the simplified joint stock program today, so somebody can actually own shadow shares. You can create an incentive for somebody to be able to move and own shares in a company, and that company can go public and he can have shares in that public. So there's a lot that's being done under the hood that has helped make this one of the best markets for a entrepreneur to start his next venture.
Okay, so a pitch to all the people in the room that are thinking about making the jump into, please approach Sidra after the panel for a conversation.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to go back to Raid and maybe talk a little bit about where, from your eagle-eye view, where do you see kind of gaps in kind of in Saudi, in the portfolios? Is it on the governance side? Is it the talent side? Is it digital? Is it overall investors, foreign investors coming in? Where would you like to go with the gaps to close them?
I think I can't say that there is one gap there. I can flip it and maybe say, if I were to say what is the most important thing in any organization to create value, unfortunately it's not something you can catch with your hand, is culture. I have no doubt that two identical companies have the same resources, are in the same industry. One has a culture that is positive, and it doesn't mean it's everybody is in la la land, but it has a very impactful and strong culture, versus one that doesn't. this company will outperform the other one by 20 to 30%. I have no doubt about that. So from a cultural perspective, I think that is one of the most important levers, which translates into leadership and talent. Gaps, again, all these levers, if you look at what we're doing, if you look at the report, there's commonalities. The levers are common, whether it's a startup, whether it's a mature company, the same, but maybe the focus in one over the other at specific phases is more. So I can't say one size fits all, and I think that is a mistake to think that you can just take one brush and create value across. There are thematics, like I said, procurement is a no-brainer. And that doesn't come from the company itself, it comes from the investor, the GPs, the LPs, and bringing that kind of capabilities together. So I don't have a lever, but...
Okay. You mentioned also earlier on the offering for your portfolio companies to educate management boards as well, which obviously all points towards governance inside organizations. How do you approach governance as at times a minority investor in those portfolio companies?
So I look at governance and boards also as part of talent, and there are a lot of great talent we have, but there's a lot of changes in the ecosystem that we're taking governance seriously now. Before it was kind of like, I show up, I'm a board, but now it's different, so the impact of a board are important. How we look at governance in the PIF, first, governance is important as a starting point within the PIF. And our most important governance process is our investment process, which again is supported and challenged by different divisions within the PIF, whether it's audit, risk, national development department to ensure that there's a local aspect to it, strategy department to ensure that we are delivering on the pipeline. So within the PIF, governance is important. On our portfolio companies, like I said, this first key lever after impactful deployment is positive governance. If you do not have the right governance at the top, no matter what you do in the bottom, you will not be able to deliver in the right way. So we take that seriously also. Within the PIF, we have playbooks, frameworks for that, whether it's on the calendar, whether on how we select our representatives. 480 PIF employees are on 780 seats within our portfolio companies. We have the Center of Governance, which is a key company we have that drives different initiatives for our representatives and for our portfolio companies. So that is a critical part. When it comes to the talent, again, I can comfortably say that Saudi Arabia has great talent, and from the Saudi talent perspective and from a global talent perspective. We've been attracting great people across the world, and we have not seen the outcome, the positive outcome of this today. We're going to be seeing it in 5 and 10 years, where this will be a total different ballgame. How are we supporting our portfolios? We have different programs we're trying to do. We have a CEO Alpha program, which is for more first-time, newly tenured CEOs, where we bring in practitioners of the world, executive coaches, to support them in this journey. We have Leadership Alpha, which is ultimately focused on the N-1s, the C-suite. And that program is, one, to make them stronger C-suite in their own domain, but more importantly, future CEOs of our portfolio companies.
Sure. Very good. So from governance, let's jump to strategic positioning. So, Sulaiman, as an investor in many GPs, what do you see, how do you see GPs approaching it to position the portfolio companies strategically, appropriately in their respective market?
Yes, I think when it comes to strategy and how GPs are helping companies, it's important to realize how the ecosystem has grown and how companies in a startup stage grow fast as a response to a specific need in the market to solve a specific problem. So we always think there is room for the GP to sit and bring about more of a strategy comprehensive exercise for the company to help it grow to the next stages beyond just solving the immediate problem, but also to position it well. And we have seen GPs that are leveraging their expertise and their network to provide guidance and advice in the boardroom with the CEOs and the founders of the companies. And this can be sometimes in a form of pivoting their product or their market or their client segment. Or it could be more of coaching for leadership. So there are different ways we see our GPs that are helping on strategy. And it is important because, as you know, strategy is not stand still, and you will have to always be agile and be always able to re-strategize and understand your competitive advantage, strengthen it and protect it.
And we're still, I think it's fair to say, in the kingdom, early days. You have a young ecosystem that still needs a little bit of education when it comes to strategy and to governance. So, question item, revenue growth. So let's go to some of the examples from your startups.
Yeah.
Like, what are you seeing in terms of revenue growth when the startups become scale-ups?
Yeah. So obviously, when we look at businesses and how they derive their revenue, it could be a service that they're providing, could be a product that they're selling. The focus that we try to instill as early as possible is the significance of being able to generate a margin. We've seen a lot of businesses today that have failed primarily because they've adopted this mindset that, go at all cost. Sell as much as you can, try to dominate, try to get largest market stance that you can. And the problem with that is that it with time, as the founders or as the company starts selling, primarily trying to expand their revenue at a losing margin, what happens is that this comes back and affects the cap table, because obviously he has to go reinvest, he has to go raise more money to be able to continue burning this money. So we try to focus a lot on how you can grow at a healthy revenue lines, how can you establish a solid market position, and in many cases the founders adopt and understand that. It obviously depends on their background, but a lot of it is based on their understanding that you're going to have to grow, you're going to have to be able to grow, you have to be able to generate at some point in time profitability, but being able to grow without taking into account the cost related to that is an issue. Unit economics is becoming much more important today as more and more VCs are going on to their second vintages, and they're looking back and saying, where are the mistakes that have taken place? And I personally would say, from Cedar's point of view, and we're on our second vintage now, unit economics is as important as being able to grow your revenue line. You cannot lose money and raise money at the same time. It does not work. So, and I think that's something that we touched on during the white paper that was worked on, and that's an area we always sit down with our founders and coach them on it.
Yeah. At one point, they have to start paying for their own bills.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Clearly the right direction.
Absolutely.
We're coming almost towards the end. Very quick question. We're 5 years away from 2030. So looking ahead, 2030, what's the one lever of value creation that will matter most in Saudi Arabia, and why? Very quickly. I'm going to start with Haitham first this time.
I would say, as Ra'ed pointed out, the market today, we have great talent, and we're going to see more and more businesses come out of this great economy. And I think what an area of focus, again back to revenue, is being able to get these startups to understand that you're going to be competing with the Tabis and the Tamaras. There are going to be more players that are going to come into this market. So being able to have a healthy strategy is very important. Being able to be nimble enough in the event you need to pivot, change, And we see this, and we see so many examples of companies that have started their business model around one thing and then have pivoted. So I think strategy is going to be very, very important to be able to dominate over the next few years.
Okay. Suleiman?
Yes, Claudia, I think Haitham mentioned talent and the importance of talent. And we see how important it is when it comes to not only growing the business, but from our side as an LP, we see it's important also at growing the GB talent, the investment professionals. So far, we have tried to fill in that gap, but we still see demand for it. We have trained more than 600 people, but we believe there is still demand to do so. I think going in the future, in my humble opinion, the most important value creation lever is probably not capital, not technology or governance, but probably the most important value lever would be our people.
Okay. Right.
Final word. I shot myself in the foot. I answered that question ago. I would say, again, building on strategy talent, it's mindset. Customer centricity is a must. And continuous improvement mindset is a critical part. And I go back and say, it's more than one. If you're not part of the AI evolution of how you do things, first you want to set in place.
Very good. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the conversation. Excellent conversation. We could go on. Please approach them afterwards for more questions. Thank you so much for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for being with us. And please move up front here. You know, we're going to have a packed house in no time. And we have some fabulous companies you're going to want to really listen to. So I'm delighted you've joined us. This is the fundraising roadshow for the Aramco portfolio. And we have so much going on here. But to let you know a little bit about exactly what's going on here, my dear colleague is with me. He's the investment analyst with Wahid Ventures, and some adventures along the way too, I bet, yeah? So please give a warm, warm welcome to Sami Al-Jaber.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sami Al-Jaber, and we're very excited to have you here for our second roadshow for Aramco. So we're super excited to be showcasing some of our portfolio companies for you guys today. But before we do that, let me give you a brief overview about who we are and what this roadshow is all about. So I work at Wahid Ventures, which is one of the two venture arms of Saudi Aramco. we have, on one hand, Aramco Ventures, which focuses on global transformative technologies that are closely related to Aramco. And then on the other hand, we have Wa'ad Ventures, which focuses on empowering Saudi Arabia as an ecosystem. Today's program is bringing together some of the most promising startups from both venture portfolios. So what you're going to see today is just a glimpse of our global portfolio, some startups that are currently fundraising and are tackling some of the world's most pressing challenges. So without further ado, let's start with our first company. It's called Spirit AI, and they operate in the humanoid robots.
And please give a very, very warm welcome for the co-founder and chief scientist from this great company, Young Guo.
Thank you very much. I'm Yang Gao. I'm the co-founder and chief scientist of Spirit AI. So we are an intelligence robot company, and our vision is to make the next generation of intelligent workforce. So we all know that we are facing persistent human aging globally. Now there are more than 600 million people that is more than 60 years of old. And as a result, we are lacking laborers on many sectors, including manufacturing, service, hospital, and even in our own homes. Right? Nobody wants to tidy their home all the day. So how to solve this? And robotics is one way that you can potentially solve this workforce shortage. But it has been discussed over many decades. So why now? We all know that the AI is having a really big breakthrough, in particular large language models. And it is the same technology from large language models also enables the embodied intelligence, which is a fancy name for making intelligent robots. And among the space, there are many startups that is already trying to do intelligent robots. And we anticipate that in the next 20 years, there will be more than $5 trillion in market size. So what are we? We are Spirit AI. We make intelligent robot software that can do the robot manipulation, and we also make the hardware. So on the left-hand side, we show some of the videos of our robots that we make both hardware and software in-house, doing a bunch of stuff, such as fetching cold drinks from the fridge for you and folding clothes in the house. And this is a small video clip showing the overall capabilities of our robots. I will talk you through that. So our robots is a 26 degree of freedom robot hardware with very dexterous hands and bi-manual arms, just like human. And our robots doesn't have bipedal robots. It doesn't have legs. It is wheel-based. So this might seem to be counterintuitive. Why not make legs? Because we think legs are pretty fragile and it's very easy to fall and make a lot of noises in practice. And at the same time, around 80% of the scenario we care about can be traversed by wheel-based robots. So that is why we are making wheel-based robots with bi-manual arms. And here is a video showing our robots is able to tidy up the office after people finishing up a meeting. So it's able to, for example, put back the pens and remotes into the box and swap out the empty tissue papers and refill them with the bi-manual arms. So, and also, for example, putting back the chairs into their original locations. So this is all done using the neural networks and all the new AI technologies we have developed in-house. So, and there are several enablers. So first, this is AI, and second, this is hardware. We haven't talked about the hardware too much, but our hardware is having force sensors involved. So this is enable the robot to interact with the environment in a safe and efficient manner. So besides the experimental experiment of using the robots as a office helper, our robots has already gone into the production. So for example, we have already partnered with CATL. So it is CATL is a world-leading electric car battery making company which is making around 50% of all the electric battery pack of the electric vehicles globally. So we are helping CATLs to manufacture the batteries and also doing the quality assurance steps. So we are also entering many new scenarios, such as Jingdong, which you can think of as the Amazon in China, helping their logistics, and also helping their pharmacy houses. There are many more scenarios that we are currently investigating. So there are a lot of companies, not only in China, but also in the US, is entering this embodied intelligence business because this huge breakthrough. So here I list a bunch of analysis from different aspects, from the AI capabilities, from the robot's hardware capabilities, from the capabilities of being able to robustly manufacture and scale the production so that everyone can buy the robots without having to wait for a long time. And we are striking a balance among all the three aspects because what we see is the ability to serve our customers, but not only trying to strive for the technology advance in a single point. And we are in a great position to do that because we are in China and we can leverage the supply chain in China to be able to do all these three aspects at the same time. So talking about the three aspects, on the AI side, I'm the co-founder and I'm also the chief scientist. I graduated from UC Berkeley with a PhD degree some years ago, and I have more than 10 years of experience in embodied AI software development. And our other co-founder, Feng Tao, is a serial entrepreneur. He has previously founded an industrial and collaborative robot company, which is the leading role in China. And for this fundraising, we are seeking another 40 to 70 millions of US dollar, which is used to develop, accelerate development of AI, hardware, and also accelerate the commercialization process. So if you're interested, you're welcome to talk to me after this roadshow, and you can also send me an email. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Dr. Yang, huh? And I want one of those robots at home, without a doubt. I think it'd be a big addition to my household.
Yeah.
How about our next company?
Sure. So our next company, they're coming all the way from the US. They operate in the AI infrastructure industry. The founder has over 25 years of experience, having led AI teams of Meta, eBay, and Amazon. The company is now, he's founded, it's called Explain.
Explain, and the founder and CEO is with us. Hassan Sawat, thank you so much. Lovely to see you. We're delighted to have you.
Am I audible?
Welcome to Explain Studio.
Is it working?
The platform for building, deploying, and governing autonomous AI agents.
Right.
In this walkthrough, I'll cover the agent building experience, the marketplace, and the agent monitoring and governance. Everything you'll need to.
All right. Am I audible? Thank you very much for having me. All right, here we go. That's the first slide. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about Explain. I'm founder and CEO of Explain. The Explain is basically a full-stack AI platform to build AI agents and the marketplace. So this is so you go from the applications over governance, on orchestration, development, and marketplace. We started 5 years ago. When the word agentic was not quite there yet. No one was actually knowing what agentic is going to be. And we actually gained some customers over here, which are quite known. I mean, Sadaya is our first big customer in the region in 2021. And yeah, we're now basically established our second headquarters over here. Okay, let me walk you through the motivation and explain on how it works and the business. So obviously, it's easy today to build AI agents. There's plenty platforms where you can, within minutes, sometimes if it's a more complicated agents, hours, build an agent. Now, that's not a challenge anymore. It used to be, when I started my first AI agent at eBay, it used to be a multiple month kind of effort to build an AI agent. So I did that in 2015. Today you can do the same thing which we did as a bigger team inside eBay. You can do that with one person, in a couple hours you can actually build something really cool. But what you end up with is just a demo system. The challenge comes when you take that system and want to deploy it. Then the whole problems are starting. Governance, compliance, trust, safety, all these things we need to post facto implement into the agent, which is hard. So this is exactly, this is one challenge. Challenge number 2, talent is still not there. Now we actually just transitioned over from needing people with PhDs in AI to build any kind of agent, any kind of solution. Now it's transitioning over to domain expert with the technical expertise. Still not there, we don't have that, and we need to actually upskill now people to understand agentic. We don't want them to start building solutions the old-fashioned way in workflows and whatnot. We want them to think agentic from the get-go, natively. So we have these two things. 95% of lack of trust, so only 5% of agents which are being experimented with come to life, and 74% talent gap. We need actually 3 times more, 4 times more people than what we have to build the agents which we need to have to build this solution, to build any agentic solution. The market is huge. I'm not going to go into the details too much on that from that perspective. We have today, 2023, 3.7 billion in what the market is. It's growing dramatically at 40% plus CAGR. And for the MENA region, it's actually not much better. So if we're looking at this year's market, it's like $210 million in terms of things. 2030. It's going to be $2.2 billion, and that's basically a very conservative, actually, estimate. Our target customers are governments and their ministries, regulated enterprises. Think about banks, insurances. I mean, insurance was actually our first end-to-end experience with a customer in the US, and large organizations which are seeking compliant, sovereign AI infrastructure. In particular, if you want to build agents which are not running on the cloud, this is basically our sweet spot. So this is a demo. So in essence, what we're trying to make, we have multiple interfaces where basically it's super easy for you to develop that agent through human language, coding, or just by drawing basically the agent. It's a full stack agentic ecosystem. So it's not only our stuff which you're using to build basically capabilities. We have hundreds of suppliers, 40,000+ models which you can utilize. And today we have, I mean, this is basically what you have in your hand. Adaptive orchestration is very important. I mean, you build an agent, put it on explain. It can actually build mutations of that agent and do some evolution. So basically maintaining the system to be up to date all the time is made easy to you. And as I said, built-in compliance and governance. The traction, we have more than 20+ enterprise and government clients just alone in the MENA region, which is very nice to see. We have today, actually, the numbers are old, 52,000 registered developers on the platform there, and more than 1,000 customers actually on globally. And we have more than 20 partners which are actually helping you develop. Anytime you basically need someone human to, like specialists in AI, specialists in building agents, help you, you can find that in our partner network. Just to give you a couple metrics, we have about 100,000 agent runs daily. This is only the cloud side of things. I mean, the on-prem is different. We have 55,000 agents today on the marketplace you can actually recruit and use in your business. for 51,000 developers, as I said. I mean, our margins are, gross margins are healthy. It's bigger than 70%. 1,800 certified experts, as we call them. That's the partner network which we have. And 80% of our business is actually on-prem. So you can actually run it either on your private cloud or on your own machines in your business. And the growth over like 1 year is like 151%, continuously growing, which is good. Competitive landscape, I mean, I think the compliance and whatnot is probably our sweet spot, and also the self improvement, that the agents can improve themselves. The team which we have here, the executive team which we have here is myself. Please come to me, talk to me about either investment, but also as someone who wants to maybe implement an agent. And Dr. Mona Hamdi, which is VP of Business Development, which is also with us here. All right, I think the ask is 25 million. I mean, this is our first price round. We did a lot of revenue before, and we have raised the pre-seed, pre-Series A. What we want to utilize it for is, in particular, biz dev and marketing. That's basically what we didn't have as much. Of course, we're going to continue developing the product itself. And please join us and ask and chat with us. Thank you
Hassan,
so much.
thank you so much. And you make it so simple to we can all make our own agent. Yeah, right. I think I'll keep you on the list. You can make mine. Anyway, we have lots more companies to get through. Please.
Sure. So our next company is a company based in Luxembourg. They operate in the space tech industry. They provide 5G satellite connectivity in remote areas. The company is called OQ Technology.
And we have the founder and CEO joining us, Omar Kaisi.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay, so that's how. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So my name is Omar Kaisi. I'm founder and CEO of OQ Technology. I work more than 18 years in the satellite industry. I always ask myself why satellite connectivity is always expensive. It's mainly defense, government, last mile, while other telecommunication technologies like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and cellular is cheap and available to everyone. Then I realized the problem is in the satellite industry, you don't have one standard. Each company builds their own technology, their own standard ecosystem from scratch. While in the mobile world, for example, you have one global standard that operators, cell tower makers, phone makers, chip makers follow that, which is called the cellular 3GPP standard. That's 3G, 4G, 5G. And then I thought, okay, how about we bring that into the satellite industry, where we could have access immediately to billions of users, mobile phones, smart cards, anything that uses cellular, instead of inventing a technology from scratch. And this way we could scale up. So basically that was the idea behind creating OQ Technology. Let me just see how I'm trying to move that. Does it move? Does it move? Okay. Yeah, so you have today about 2.5 billion people don't have access to the connectivity. Also, like 80% of the world is not covered. And it's also seen that during catastrophe and disaster time, the first thing that is affected is the cellular network. If there is access to the cellular network during these times, then about 50% of casualties, financial losses could be reduced. And this is where we came in the idea of building a low Earth orbit, 500-kilometer constellation of small satellites that act like flying cell towers in the sky, so we can enable cellular connectivity over satellites. Since we started back in 2016, we launched 10 satellites in orbit. We operate them. We also have granted patents by the US Patent Office and the European Patent Office. And also, most importantly, we had filed early on to spectrum that is standardized now for 5G. If anyone was following, like 3 weeks ago, SpaceX bought a spectrum for about $17 billion from EchoStar in the US. Because that spectrum is a priority and they wanted to jump the queue to have access. We are actually the 5th company in a row with that spectrum as a European company. All the other 4 ahead are US companies. So it's really like a very big asset that we have today, because that spectrum is in every cellular chip today that can connect to satellites. We have investment from Wide Ventures. We have investment from Luxembourg government and the SES, the global satellite operator, also from a Greek fund and from policies in UAE. And we work with multiple companies and partners. Our team comes from a wide range of different fields in the satellite industry, working in different big companies, European Space Agency, also from the cellular world, and so on. The market is addressable market is about like the total market $1 trillion. There are different estimations, but having connectivity over satellite for cellular phones is already a very big market. And we already have clients that we are signed up with or engaging with, such as Saudi Aramco, Aramco Digital, STC, Telefonica, and many more. And the idea is we either offer roaming with mobile operators or have an end-to-end enterprise solution, such as what we are doing with Aramco, where you could have your own private 5G network over satellite. The main sectors that we are active in is agricultural, logistics, renewables and energy, and of course government and defense for critical infrastructure. We're launching more satellites as we go on. We're targeting like 30 satellites by 2027. We are well ahead of many companies, and as I said, so we are currently backed up by a lot of European institutes, investors, and we are looking also for more investors to join so that we can have a fleet of more satellites and more coverage. And that's all. If you are interested to know more or be part of our funding round, which already includes big investors, institutional investors, Europeans, and from Saudi also, please let us know. Thank you very much.
Super, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I suppose we can hand this baton on. Yeah. Again, Omar, thank you again. And it's, you know, all of these companies have so much, they've done so much work already. So they're at a wonderful stage in their development that it's dig deep in your pockets for them all. And our next company, tell me a little bit about it.
Sure. Our next company, they operate in the sustainability domain. They empower circular economy through their platform, turning electronic waste into economic opportunity. The company is called Zention.
And the CEO himself is here, co-founder, Khalid Saiduddin. Khalid?
Hi, I'm Khalid Saiduddin, co-founder and CEO of Zention Technologies in the GCC. Zention's purpose is to bring circularity to the mobile device industry and to make purchasing tech in a circular way the obvious and most attractive choice for consumers. 7 billion people have smartphones. Most of us have more than one device. Less than 10% of smartphones see a second user. Less than 1% are recycled. And right now, there's no financial incentive or hassle-free solution for a customer to actually get rid of their old device. This is a big problem. With the GCC being a G20 device market with the shortest upgrade cycle in the world, we need to help fix it. Since 2018, we've been powering circularity for the top retailers and telcos in Saudi Arabia. We have sold over 2 million subscriptions for buyback protection and warranty services, and we power the largest platforms, collecting unique data. We've built a profitable business, but this isn't where we see the limits of Zention. Our new vertical is called Zap. We're going to launch it later this year, and it's going to be a full-on tech on subscription model. We're upgrading to new models, getting the old device taken back, repaired and recycled is all managed by us as part of the subscription. We have a unique pricing engine which uses real-time data and predictive analysis to accurately anticipate upgrade behaviors. We know when you're going to upgrade your device and what you're going to choose. It allows us to assign market value to your old device and make sure that you get an optimal price for your latest tech. Am I on? Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Right, so I'm Khalid Saiduddin, the CEO, co-founder of Zention Technologies. I'm here to actually kick off our Series B, where we're raising about $45 million in equity and about $100 million in debt asset-backed financing. And that's primarily to launch our third service, which is called ZAM. As you saw in the video, why we drive circularity in consumer behavior through financial services. Why that's important? we've got the highest upgrade cycles in the world for our smartphones and consumer electronics. Everybody upgrades every 4-3-2 years. And there's no actual financial incentive to act in a circular way. What I mean by circular is when you buy a new one, give the old one back so someone else can use it, right? Well, obviously, this is bad for the consumer, current consumption model, and it's also bad for the planet. So why is this market interesting for circularity? So consumer electronics is the most proliferated product in the world. Think about it. Everyone has a SIM card in the whole world, above 12 and below 80. There's 6 billion smartphone users out there. 2 billion new ones are sold every year. Now you have 3 to 4 devices per person. And there's also a demand for used devices in the world that's growing faster than it is for new devices. The interesting thing is the sheer volume of the actual problem is, you know, we're all going to be upgrading these in the next 2 to 3 years. So it's a ton of devices, and most of them end up in landfill. What's interesting in terms of the size of the market is consumer electronics, and that's smartphones mainly, is $1.5 trillion. The value-added services stack that people use to get to the first user and also to the second user, which we're talking about financing, trade-in, insurance, is worth about 40% on top of the hardware. So we're talking about $600 billion. Why is the GCC fun for this? Well, look, we're one of the most, gadget-crazy markets in the world. For any of you who has lived over here, we don't have one phone, we have 2, right? 16 million devices sold in Saudi Arabia alone every year. On a population, and actually by a population of 30 million people. I mean, people are participating in the economy. New financing options, BNPL, you've seen the story over here in Saudi, went from 0 to 40% penetration. So anything you can do over there for affordability works. The other reason we're here is for the first user, this is a great market for new devices. Naturally, that's a natural buying behavior. We're also surrounded within 4 to 5 hours flight radius of some of the largest used devices markets in the world. They're growing at 15% CAGR. So we like being here. So what's the solution? Replace ownership with usership. All right, ZAM, which we've launched now, is actually a 4-step process. You choose your device, you select it. You're going to pay pretty much 20 to 30% lower than anything else. Why? Because we've priced what the value of that device is when it comes back, whenever you upgrade, and we share that with you. And we're better than you at monetizing it, because you're going to put it in the drawer anyway, right? After that, 12 months later, you can decide. It's completely flexible, so that's why we call it a subscription rather than a lease. You can choose to upgrade, where you get the old device back, to the iPhone 18 next. You can extend. You can actually rent to own if you want, or you can cancel. So it's fully flexible, unlike the telco side of it and the classic installment plans. And that's what the market here wants, right? They want a Netflix type of subscription for their iPhone. And then automatically, because it's part of the terms, right, you're going to be circular. So for that 30% lower price per month, which I'm going to give you, I'm going to get you to change your behavior. Nobody cares unless they get paid. That's the fact. I grew up in Sweden. I was just talking to Lena over there. We did recycling of bottles and aluminium cans when we were kids because they actually paid us for it. Before the winos and the homeless guys took over that business. But it was like, if you get paid, things work. So financial services is the only way to go circular. That's what we believe. So look, this is just these slides I'm just going to jump through. We're live with Jarir, one of our oldest clients. They're the largest electronics retailer. 15 million customers in Saudi. They sell 3 million devices. This will work. We will be another option at checkout. So we integrate with the merchant. You select your device there. At checkout, you say, I want to ZAM it. Done. Then you go through our loop. We credit approve you. We run credit risk decision models, confirm, payment, move on. This is the fun stuff. And this is what we have that nobody else does. So we've been active with services in the kingdom for over 6 years. We've collected 6 million months of data on your behavior, on when you will upgrade, what you will choose, what is the condition of that phone when it comes back. That's what makes this fun. So in our current book of services, we have 500,000 devices which have 2 services on them right now, prior to ZAM. That's live. That's across 1,500 unique SKUs. 6 categories of consumer electronics. If I was in automotive, I would be doing everything from cars to scooters and trucks. So all of those, full stack, 30 brands, all of that we cover. What does our AI do? What do we do with the data? Look, we're data guys, we like that kind of stuff. We predict your behavior. So we figure out your buying preference. Are you a 2-year upgrader, 2.5-year, 3? We figure out your actual usage. Are you clumsy or not? Frankly, because we've priced the device, right? So we optimize the acquisition pattern. Pricing, always a specific offer for you, right? So you can optimize that versus the RRP, which is the recommended retail price. So a 6,000 Riyal device, the price point for you, Ahmed, who is a lower credit risk, will be different than someone else. Let me not point anybody out, okay? All right, risk, credit scoring. You have to do that. We're actually lending you a device, one of the hottest commodities on earth, right? So we started out with doing 3,000 only on our own book, and we've been doing that for 2 years, measuring that. Our next target is going to 30,000 subs. We have 500,000 active customers on the other 2 services, so we're going to migrate them. I don't see that being the big challenge. It's managing default and loss ratios that are. And that's where, again, our AI comes in because we know how to price risk. If you can't price risks, don't get into financial services. Time out. Okay, sorry. Ops, I'm moving on. Forget all of this stuff. Data, we're 21 million ARR. With 10,000 subs, we're going to add $8 million on that. We're going to about 50. 40% of the value of the device is what you can get. These are the 3 services that we have. And let me just jump to the main money slide. That's it. Why are we here? This is actually from Bloomberg last year when we raised money. We're raising 45. It's to roll out. We're planning to go from 21 million ARR to 50. And we want to follow the customer all the way. I think I'm out of time. I'm sorry. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, that was fabulous. See, I was wondering what you were up to since I saw you last. Now, I probably have a big box.
You do.
In fact, we all probably have a big box of stuff we can bring to him, huh? Good. We'll talk more about that. That's what a great idea. Good luck.
Sure. Our next company now, they're based in China. They operate in the green hydrogen energy. The company is called Hydrotech.
Indeed, the founder and CEO joins us. Dr. Yao. Big warm welcome for Dr. Yao. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you're in the right place on green tech, huh?
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to present Hydrotech here at the moment of green hydrogen scaling. So Hydrotech is a global green hydrogen company. We focus on advanced electrolysis technology and green hydrogen production solutions. And we are proudly backed with Aramco Ventures and Sinopec Capitals. And I'm the founder and CEO of this company. And we all know that electrons and molecules consist of energy that are powering the modern civilization. And the renewables is in the form of electrons. It's growing so fast. It's sustainable, but unstable. But we see that the petrochemical energy, which is oil and gas, is in the form of molecules. It's reliable, but unclean. So, if there is a way to link these $2 trillion markets, it's P2X, Power to X, then we can get a sustainable, affordable, reliable, infinity energy rain. Though Power to X seems like a cutting-edge technology in the industry, but actually, we are not unfamiliar with it. Oil, basically, is a fossil renewable energy storage that from 200 million years, Power to X. Then we see, we lost the picture, but it's okay. Green hydrogen electrolysis basically shorten the oil forming progress from hundreds of centuries into several seconds. Then the first principal technology problem would be how to manage the dynamic renewables to do a smooth, reliable, and affordable water electrolysis into green hydrogen. So this industry actually kicked off like 5 years ago. And after the first wave investment around the world, we get several achievements. We see first that the technology evolves so fast. to further reduce the cost of hydrogen. Second is that we see with some flagship project across the globe, it is close to close a commercial loop of green hydrogen and alternatives. And third is that both the global and regional standard and regulations are stimulating the demand side to help the green hydrogen industry booming. For example, shipping and the industry, both in Europe and China. So face this challenging and booming market, we have Hedotech here. Hedotech assembles the top scientists and excellent engineers from renewable industries, EV industries, and chemical industries. We have world-leading scientists and engineers, and they work together to provide the world the leading technology solution. So based on first principle again, the green hydrogen scenario is a dynamic, unstable, large-scale electrolysis. So we developed this complete product portfolio. For decentralized solutions, we have hydrolyzed AEM product. It's for small applications, super compact with high power density. And for the mega project, for the high pressure applications, we have hydrolyzed AMK. It's as large as 10 megawatt stack. And we also have a low pressure alkaline electrolyzer, hydrolyzer X. It could dance with the wind, as low as 10% low load for the electrolysis. Then we also have a hydroplant solution for mega project, a decentralized solution. It's all-in-one to deploy in Europe. Come back to our company. We have a full stack competence from R&D, manufacturing, and also we have global customers, including Shell, TotalEnergies, Sinopec, NUM as well. They are all our customers. And now we are working in China market, European market, and Middle East as well with flagship collaborations and projects covering chemical industries, transportation industries, and shipping industries, also hydrogen power generation. So today, we see that Saudi Aramco, Sinopec are our key investors. We also have a world-leading technology. And here I also want to let you guys know that we are the exclusive electrolyzer supplier for the world's largest Green Master project. Then now, since Hedotech is faster growing and expects the market is booming in next 5 years, so we are kicking off our new fundraise. So for the B series, we are looking for at least $30 million to help us further expand our R&D and manufacturing and global market expansion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And I'm so impressed with all of this. Again, this is a market that's looking for clean energy solutions. And next week we have ADIPEC in Abu Dhabi. So they'll be looking for all that too. So fascinating. We still have 2 more to go. So I'm really excited about these 2. Our next session.
Sure. Our next company, they're also based in China. They operate in the medical robotics industry. The company is called NOAA Medical.
And the CEO is here to join us. Please welcome Dr. Zhang.
Thank you. Thank you. We're actually based in Silicon Valley. We also have a factory in China, but either one's fine. Both are doing great. Thanks for coming. And let me introduce NOAA Medical to you. We are a medical robotics company that currently in commercial and growth stage. So what we do is something that you may not be familiar with. A lot of us go to hospital, a lot of us have surgeries, but oftentimes we are the patient. So when we are in the operating room, we're probably put down into full body anesthesia, so you don't really understand what's happening in the room. So oftentimes when you get out of the room, you have holes on the body because of either large opening or holes on the body because the doctors operate on you. And for us, we are using technology to change that. Our solution is going into the patient body without body wall incisions. So in other words, if all of us go to the surgery of NOAA surgery in the future, we'll come out of the surgery without body wall scars. And there should also be very minimal bleeding inside the body. So our goal is to go in, diagnose early, and treat early so that you can have a better quality of life. So to give you a little bit history about what happened in the surgery space, there has been robotics used in the surgery space for about 40 years. Robotics were brought into the game to provide precision and accuracy, but oftentimes in the past it caused a large incision. And later on, a company called Intuitive Surgical, who has a famous Da Vinci robot, can provide procedures or surgeries using small holes. So, sometimes a few of them, a few holes, sometimes a single large hole. For our technology, we are aiming at doing procedures without holes. And there's a huge market out there that we can replace or improve a lot of the procedures that are currently done. The first indication we're in commercial growth is in lung cancer diagnosis and treatment. So lung cancer, you may have friends or family members who had lung cancer. And it's a disease where if you hear someone getting lung cancer today, the chance of that person living for 5 years is less than 20%. So think about it. Whoever you hear got a lung cancer, the chance of that person living for 5 years, more than 5 years, is less than 20%. It's a big deal because lung cancers are often diagnosed very late. And our technology enables early diagnosis so that we can improve the 5-year survival rate to be more than 90%. So here's the solution that we provide. It's pretty technical detail there, but simply put, we use robotic technology, AI, and imaging to provide a procedure that we can enter the body, enter the lung through the mouth, and navigate to the lesion and do a biopsy to confirm that's a cancer or benign tissue. If it's a cancer tissue, we can also later treat that patient in the same procedure. So here's a brief video to introduce our solution.
Bronchoscopy in the periphery of the lungs for lung lesion biopsy presents unique challenges and has historically produced low diagnostic yields due to limitations with scope reach, scope stability, vision, and CT-to-body divergence. The Galaxy system is a robotic navigated bronchoscopy system that's designed and engineered to overcome these limitations and improve diagnostic yield, even in the most difficult regions of the peripheral lung. Galaxy's proprietary tool in lesion tomography, or TILT technology, with augmented fluoro, was engineered to enable physicians to more accurately obtain the tissue needed for diagnosis by providing real-time navigation guidance to precise lesion locations. Along with real-time navigation updates, TILT technology may help to overcome CT-to-body divergence and confirm tool in lesion. The Galaxy system is designed with the physician, the support staff, and the patients in mind. The single-use disposable bronchoscope and accessories were designed to address common challenges associated with cleaning and disinfection, reducing the risk of cross-contamination. The small footprint design of the system allows for easy integration and placement into any care environment. The simplified setup and teardown of the Galaxy system allows for expedited room turnover and reduced burden on the team. The Galaxy system with TILT technology is poised to be an all-in-one solution for peripheral lung biopsy, built to streamline and improve procedural success. The Galaxy system is designed to empower the pulmonologist to diagnose more efficiently and accurately.
So from the hospital perspective, if they adopt our technology, they can bring lots of patient volume. From the company side, we do charge the hospital for the capital equipment, but also we charge per patient. We also charge annual service fee on the capital side, which gave us a very robust acquisition model, and is also a very robust business model overall. So worldwide, we've done over 9,000 cases. We're approaching 10,000, probably early December. Also, we are backed by a group of very well-known investors, including strategic investors. So far, we've raised over 400 million, and we're raising a bit more to fuel their growth. So what are we going to do next? On the right, you're going to see this is our new generation solution where we can do endoluminal surgery, so that this video will give you a kind of a view into the surgery in the future, where these kind of operating solutions are enter the body without body wall holes. So we can then operate on patient early and also remove lesion and cancer early, so that we don't have to keep the patient in the hospital for more than a day. And we do see this is coming, and we also wanted to make sure that you are aware. And when you talk to your doctor next, you ask them about non-invasive surgeries. We have a very seasoned team. This team mostly came from two type of companies. One type of companies these leaders came from are the companies who use robot but make holes. The other type of companies these leaders come from are the companies that make devices that are not making holes on the body but non-robotic. So clearly, these group of people see the opportunity here at NOAA and see the opportunity you are building here. Lastly, this is my contact. You can also find me on LinkedIn. Thank you for your interest and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And again, I can see the absolute dynamics of this and how important it is for everybody. Please, please don't leave us. We have another wonderful session. Tell us about it.
Sure. So for our last company, this company is a KAUST University spinout. It's a great example of a company that started here in Saudi, and now they serve customers in more than 10 countries. And that company is called IRIS.
And the managing director is here, Nibal Abdulaziz. Give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Looking forward to hearing your great work.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Nibal Abdulaziz. I'm the managing director at IRIS. What IRIS does, we are an agriculture technology proudly born in Saudi Arabia. So we started at KAUST University. What we do is we help industries use the most abundant and natural resource, which is light, and turn it into performance. Sorry. So what's the problem? The problem is heat. Heat is a serious problem that's occurring, and it's posing a great challenge on the agriculture sector, where we are not able to grow the same quality of produce because of the climate change. 2024 was the hottest year ever recorded in history, and this poses a very big challenge for the agriculture sector. And this gives us the urge to have a technology that will help us grow more sustainably throughout the year. What we do at IRIS is we try to find the solution for this problem, which is climate change and the heat that is impacting the agricultural sector. At the core of what we do are the pillars for the Vision 2030, which are innovation, sustainability, and food security, where food security is one of the most pressing topics, not only in the region, but globally. The market, we have a huge market for the agricultural covers, but the only challenge that we have at the moment is that there is not a lot of innovation happening in this market, because all the innovation happening is on the durability and making sure that the material lasts for a longer period of time. The agricultural cover at the moment is just protecting us from the external factors, like from the wind, from the dust, and from the other external factors, but it does not actually have an impact on the agriculture itself. And this is a very good example to see. By the way, this is not a filter or this is not Photoshop. This is how the difference is between a film that has, or a cover that has the IRIS technology versus the non-IRIS technology. So when this is on the left of the screen, you will see a crop, how they will struggle, crops will struggle with the increased heat. And this will impact the production, it will impact the quality of the produce and the uniformity of the crop, as you can see in this photo. Whereas in the other photo, you can see the only change here was the additive. With this additive, we are able to decrease the amount of heat coming inside the greenhouse. So how does this additive work? This additive can be embedded with the manufacturing process of any of the agricultural roofs. It will peak the near-infrared. So it will help reduce the near-infrared radiation, which is the heat load that's coming inside the greenhouse, and it will maintain the transmission of light, which is very important for photosynthesis of the plant. So this is like how the additive, and there is a video here. It was. Let's see if it will work. Sorry. Sorry. We're not. Sorry, there's a video. So in this video, it's a display of how the technology works. It will show like you are not able to see everything. This is a regular film. It's a regular film, and the light poses like the sunlight, and it shows the way the energy and the heat energy coming out from the sunlight in a greenhouse. In the first example, we are going to test the regular film that doesn't have the additive, and we will see that the heat load is very huge. It's around 700 watts per square meter. With only changing into the iris film, you will be able to realize a significant drop in this throughout the meter, and it will drop from 760 to 250 watt per square meter only with this additive. Material science is not only what we have at the company. We have plant genetics to combat the challenges of heat, drought, and the salinity that are impacting the agricultural sector. We have our own iris root stocks that helps industries and that help the leading growers of the tomato industry in the world adapt this technology. It helps increase the yield, and at the moment we are monetizing this technology through our one of the leading M&A companies to be able to monetize this genetics component. I remember 2 years ago where we were trying to line up some trials in Saudi Arabia for people to try the technology. Nowadays, we are in more than 15 countries. We closed 2024 with a revenue of $5 million, and the growth in terms of hectares has increased more than 600 folds. So the technology, as you can see, it's deployed from Mexico to Morocco to Spain and Egypt and many other countries, including Saudi Arabia. So it's a story of a technology going out from Saudi to the world. So how our business model works. So Iris develops the technology. We sell this technology to manufacturers of film and other agricultural covers, and they will embed this in the manufacturing process. They will sell this end product to the growers, and this is an organic cycle where people usually change their roof or their plastic or film every couple years. So this will be integrated, and one of the very important things that I realized in the agriculture sector, it's not the healthiest way to get a disruptive technology. So our technology is not a disruptive one where people keep on doing what they do every time and they will still benefit from the results. So what we are the main component here is like the fundraising bit, where we are very lucky as a company. We just 2 months ago, we closed our Series AA round, and we were oversubscribed by our investors, thanks to our investors and including Wa'id. And we are expecting that this round will take us into the road of profitability and expecting to close our Series B round towards mid-2026. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this video we missed, it's online somewhere, is it?
Yeah, it is online.
Super.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk to us, Sami, just a little bit. Stay with us for a moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our investment roadshow session. Thank you all for our inspiring founders for sharing their journeys, and thank you to everyone here for attending the session. These startups represent just a fraction of what Wa'id and Aramco Ventures currently invest in, which are truly companies that are reshaping the future.
Some incredible examples there. I mean, I was beyond impressed with some of the great work that's going on there. What I'd like to do, the remaining our key entrepreneurs who are here, come join us for a picture. At least we'll get it. We didn't, some of your colleagues, maybe they had an investor meeting, but they disappeared for a few minutes. But I know our photographer should be around. He came a few minutes ago. Please come with us. Gentlemen, maybe we'll bring one of you over here. And again, this is just such a lovely close to, oh, here he is, okay. And congratulations, each and every one of you. You've done so much already. So the next step is going to be hopefully pretty easy. So, of course, this is the time to look at these innovative companies. Go to the Aramco stand, talk to Sami, he'll be around.
Yeah.
We can make this happen. We can put your money to good use. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And to all of our dear people here, thank you so much. Please head over to the closing section. They're looking for us over there. So we need to make a move. The big closing event of FII, Plenary A. You can't miss it. There's nothing else going on anywhere.